Welcome on board, party people, and of course, this is the grand finals of our run here in the Southeast Asia Championship. And of course, you're going to be having a lot of party here with all of us here who enjoy a lot of all these epic Sausage Man battle. Alongside with me is YOLO Lee, my name is Contra, and of course, the SEA Championship here will feel the finest of Singapore as well as Malaysia to take it all out on the final day of the grand finals.
It's going to be a really epic one as well, Contra, and of course to you viewers as well, because not only will we see our top four teams that's going to be representing MYSG in the cross country here, but also at the same time we're also going to be crowning who's going to be the best among the best as well. And don't forget, we don't only have MYSG, we have also three other regions also trying to figure out who's going to be that best top four here, and of course them being the Philippines, Thailand, and Indonesia at the same time here, Contra. It's a really big day. It's honestly Championship Sunday at this point here. 6 more maps here, and of course from what we saw from the previous leaderboard from yesterday, RS Megas are looking absolutely great as they was able to overwhelm and take over Suha's top 1 spot.
Well, apologies on my side. I have a little bit of a hiccup going on. So, of course, we also do have RS Raptor doing extremely well. Suhas Evos kind of have a little bit of a hustle there on that last matchup. And, of course, they fell off a little bit short, but they still have a lot of good points to secure a top 4 finish in order to qualify for the cross-country battle. But yet again, of course, for those guys who are brand new to Sausage Man SEA Championship, welcome for once again. We are currently at the regional tournament where this is for the Singapore and Malaysia region for the moment, where top 4 teams will qualify to the SEA Championship finals. And of course, you guys can download the game through your mobile phone or your tablet, anywhere you could possibly go on a move on your Google Play or the Apple App Store. And of course, big shout out to Razer Gold as our sponsor. And of course, let's carry on with the point system first, shall we? 1 elimination point given to every takedown that they acquire, and the one being the kings of the party on first place will finish off with a total of 15 points, as the numbers will dwindle down from 2nd all the way till 7th. If you see the numbers from 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, as well as 2, anywhere from 8 till 16, they only walk away with 1 point, YOLO Lee.
Yeah, it's really quite punishing as well, for especially when the teams are trying to go for the placement points as well. Since, like, sure, if the points differential between each of the placing here, if it's not relatively too much of a difference, they would hurt them too much here. But as you said, they slowly dwindling down. It gets a lot harder here, where even kill points is started to become a little bit more of a reliable source of income here. And speaking of income here, this is the prize pool here for this qualifiers itself here. First place walking away with 1,500 USD, followed by the second place going to be 1,000 USD, followed by third and fourth place both evening out with 500 USD. That's right, folks. In other words, for the not only will the top 4 will be representing MYSG here in the cross country, but they're also going to be walking away with a little bit of something here for themselves.
That's right, and of course, for those of you guys who are looking forward to give your utmost support to your favorite team, here are who's involved in the grand finals. We got Todak, Suhas Esports, Evos Esports. 3 of them are invited teams into group stages, which they have managed to qualify to the finals here. And we also have them being joined alongside Zeo Intelligence, Kuda Gaming, Santai Gaming, Clutch Empire, as well as RS Raptor, the one who stole the show on the very final game as the kings of the party currently.
Yeah, and of course, following down into the list, we have RS Jambu here and quarter, RS Junior, Geek Fam Anxious, Team 4 Raw, Triple B, FS East, and of course, RS Mega. You know, honestly, speaking of, because noticing for the fact that not only yesterday and even from the first day itself on Friday, where we noticed that there's so many RS teams here, but each of them was actually able to literally surprise us with their own separate praise here. But speaking of, besides the team size here, we have our schedule for the day here, ladies and gentlemen. 6 rounds here, 6 maps. Of course, going to be shuffling exactly like yesterday as well, back and forth between Battle Lion and Rainbow Island as well. Starting off from 5 o'clock, and going to be, hopefully, if all things end well, we might end exactly at 9 o'clock for the last round to decide which of our top 4 teams will be representing MYSG. But honestly, Contra, with the current point system that we have in the current leaderboard as well, I guess we will somewhat sort of figure out who will be our top 4, maybe in that 5th map itself here.
Yeah, and of course, with many games to go by, they need to take every single chance that they get, and because shoot for the stars, and maybe they will be sent to the moon and back. So I really do wonder who will be our unicorn dogs to be the one shining the brightest by the end of the day. But this is pretty important for you guys, as we've got some upgrades to all the prizes that can be won by all of you viewing currently. It's very simple. Hit that like and share button on our live stream video. We're currently broadcasting through Facebook, Twitch, as well as YouTube. So go ahead, take your pick, and comment. Exclamation notify, #SausageMan, #SausageMan Championship. If you want to get a good shot at this, you can try Facebook, of course. Now, today, we've got the Razer Kishi for Android, Razer Hammerhead True Wireless Pro, and of course, thank you so much, Razer Gold, for providing all of this. Thank you, Razer. And we also do have $5 of Razer Gold vouchers to be given away. And look at that, we got the finger sleeves going on, Sausage Man Paperclip, blue caps, tea tree cushion, you name it, we have it. So make sure, hit that like and share button right now. And if you do win, we'll inform it through our live stream, throughout our span of games, right after, of course, those matches. So you guys get to keep your eyes peeled out. You guys might just be extremely lucky for this evening. And not only that, once you do win, make sure you guys contact Sausage Man through the official Facebook platform and drop them a message in order to claim your reward. This is important because you guys have only 14 days after that announcement. So, yep, hope I managed to get all these stuff cleared out, and I guess that we are going to have a little bit of a sausage party once again. So, as we look into how things are going so far, we've got a lot of great teams that are currently getting themselves well placed on that top 8 position. And when you're around the top 8, that also means that you have a good chance to at least qualify in the top 4 to play that country battle. So Yoli, who are your favorites right now, since we've already seen some of the action going down back in day 1 of the grand finals?
This is a tough one as well, because to me, I really like a team that's like really who literally is playing a lot more around with the utilities, but everyone is trying to master and play around with a little bit more here. But I think the one with the biggest impact, I'm still gonna stick with my guts here from yesterday as well. I feel EVOS Esports here is going to be the one to at least make the top 4, or maybe take top 1 for themselves here. Because seriously, that play coming in from Apex from yesterday with the hook slingshot, smooth execution into the house second floor, still hasn't left my mind.
Indeed, and of course, there's going to be a lot of spectacular plays coming from our plays. And once again, I want to remind all of you who are hitting that like, share button with all those hashtags involved, when you all have to make sure that once you actually share the stream, you need to set your profile to public so that we will be able to identify that you did share the live stream, so that you can easily claim your rewards afterwards. So of course, if that's the case, that if you get selected to be our lucky winner of the evening. So of course, now that we are getting ourselves ready for our first round of day 2, this is going to be round 7, continuing off of where we left from day 1. So only 6 rounds to spare, and it's all these chances. You spoke about EVOS Esports, right? They seem to be the kings of the close quarter combat, and these sausages definitely know how to grill. But the problem was that there was early game invades to the side of Naughty City whenever they drop into the island, and I feel like it's quite a shame that they couldn't be able to at least hold on to the late game. But I guess that EVOS Esports is looking to bounce back stronger than ever.
Definitely for sure, and there was also other additional factors that really come into play in this game as well. Like it's no longer just your usual two-dimensional play style where if you're covering the ground floor or you're in the compound itself, the first thing that comes to your mind is pretty much like, okay, this person either going to be flanking from the left or the right. There's no way they can get to the second floor. But in this game, in Sausage Man in particular, there's UFOs, there's wormhole grenades, there's even hover gliders as well that allows you to elevate yourself to really strategic vantage point to allow them to have really great flanking maneuvers. And although yes, it's a little unfortunate for EVOS, although yes, great CQC battle like you mentioned as well, great and also great situation for other teams as well here. But these are just one of the few factors that all of these teams really need to take into account here. And I think the one that has really, I guess you could say, been really up to the challenge for all of these utilities so far has been RS Raptor, who was really able to catch up in the scoreline after round number 3 of yesterday's game.
That's right, and I believe that there's a lot of all these players who've been able to at least get some good rest over the Saturday rounds after they finish up the game, and they probably analyze, okay, they look back into the VODs and think that, okay, we need to make adjustments. We have to play better, and there might just be areas that's going to be opened up. So today, I believe that we're going to see more high-tempo plays and, of course, more tactics involved coming in from our teams that are playing in all these battles. So 16 teams, only one will walk away as the champions of SGMY, and, of course, 4 teams in total to fly the respective flags of the nation in order to play in the cross-country battle.
I'm a little bit concerned, let's be honest here, Contra, mainly for the fact that because not only is this the final day here, there's a lot, and just looking from the leaderboard, relatively a lot of the scoreline has been, I guess you could say, relatively close here, and also not to say there's no really huge difference like between Heaven and Earth here. Everyone has an opportunity to really catch up if they get enough points to really do so here. So my biggest concern here for everyone here is the fact that we're going to be seeing a lot more aggression, way more than usual. Actually, I think it's going to be a total bloodbath on the field itself here on the Party Island or Rainbow Island here. I think at this point, after the day, they might need to rechange the name later on.
Well, Yoli, I believe there's no blood involved here in Sausage Man. You only got ketchups and, well, maybe chili sauce.
Right, yeah, sorry, or mustard.
Mustard works well with sausages as well. So, either ways, it's absolutely fine. Whichever way it favors the one who likes to, of course, take a little bit of a chunk of any frankfurters that's going to be on the platter. Now, I believe that we're getting ourselves ready for our very first round, and as the players are trying to get themselves ready, gotta stretch their fingers and hands for a bit, and I believe that they're ready to rumble. So, this is the Sausage Man CE Championship, and of course, all this is made possible with our dear partners as well, sponsors, Razer Gold, who are the ones, of course, being a part of the show, making all of this happen. And of course, you guys should check out Razer Gold, where you could basically use it as your gaming payment platform, and you could earn yourself some Razer Silver as well while you're on it. So with those Razer Silver, you can convert it into anything that you want to claim through the Razer Silver platform. So you can basically check out Razer Gold and top up using Razer Gold for your Sausage Man skins. And you know, you get the swag on, and of course you get rewarded while doing that. So that is definitely a lot of great stuff coming in. And remember, hit that share button, hit that like button, drop in those hashtags and the exclamation notify hashtag Sausage Man. And of course, this is the C Sausage Man Championship once again. Yoli, I think I say this about enough. I think that we are ready to hit into the battle. And let's hit into the island right here, right now. It's the first game of the final day of the C Championship for SGMY.
Alright, the dogs are rolling and they're up in the air. The party boss is getting ready to drop off their, their respective cargo here as they want, trying to figure out where they want to go for. And the best part about this contract, what a way to start the first map or the first game of the day with a very ideal flight map. Although yes, it's not really I wouldn't say isn't really sound like from left to right, but it's still very centralized, and everyone is going to be able to go exactly where they want to be here. From yesterday's flight path, a lot of the teams were sort of charged with the most unideal flight path, but the fact that they sort of knew that they're going to be contesting, they're going to be grouping up with maybe one or two more additional teams in the very same vicinity of the area here. But with this kind of flight path here, this is the part where everyone sort of want to take the resolve. Do they want to go through a little bit more of an overextending themselves further to the other side of the map where it's a little bit more safer, but at the same time they had to cover more ground to get into the circle? Or do they want to do exactly what they did yesterday, something similar to what Suhas and even Quarter as well, that we witnessed alongside with RS Megas and even Raptors, where they like to take those fight head on early game.
Yeah, and right here, right now, 16 teams that are involved are no underdogs in particular. No pun intended. So when we look at all these teams that qualified to the group stages, they've already gone through hundreds of teams to get here. And we're looking at the top 16 team, and everyone is vying for that spot. Suhas Esports currently having their space pretty much well secured. I think I spoke too soon. Now we do have some of all these players coming in from Empire to challenge them eventually.
Still, and the crazy thing about this as well, although yes, it's a little bit different of a change-up. Normally, it would have been RS Junior that would be landing in the same path for Suhas here, especially on Battle Island here. But looks like it's going to be a quick switch up in challenges here, as Clutch Empires will be taking the role here. But the thing is this, we saw Clutch Empire was able to clutch out a couple of clean games here. Actually, a little bit close to comfort. I'm going to be honest with that one here. But that's against the other teams. Now this is Suhas, one of the more prominent ones, the top 4 as well. If they can shut them down, they're doing a lot of teams a favor if they can shut down Suhas here. But that is quite the challenge and the toll they've had to try to overwhelm here.
Yeah, Clutch Empire definitely have a good shot in this championship run. And by the end of this evening, only the top 4 dogs will be playing in the cross-country battle yet again. So, Suhas Esports, they didn't really make too much of adjustment. As for EVOS Esports, they are taking Central for themselves, moving away from the northern central areas, while KO Po, which is going to be looting in from the eastern side. Of course, from this angle, you're going to be looking at the Heart South. And of course, there's a little bit of movement coming in from Suhas. They might actually plot something on their own, scouting out ahead. KO Po, well, I have actually noticed OG driving on the vehicle, and I'm not too sure if this is going to be good for Suhas. They might risk that member very early on, but with a big wraparound, this is going to provide them with more intel, and Ronnie is going to be joining alongside OG. Now, being spotted out, they do have some of the UMP to spray down. Depo! First one to fall, and my oh my, turning to a mini sausage already in the span of less than 4 minutes.
Man still on the current on the run, thankfully now he's still in the form of safety where his teammate can try to go for the pick up. Jackpoo does spot him with the side of the tree. Sally he does have in his hand, but he wants to go for the spray down. Knockdown comes in, beautiful headshot connection to get the 2K for the team. Jumps into the house. OG, he wants a little bit of the action. He wants to clear them all out, and he does. 3 members already for the side here for Clutch Empire. Actually made them all of them gone from the game.
Absolutely fried them off from the face of the map. Now Suhas Esports establish better control in not only the market, but also for the fact that they continue on with their streak when they never lost their momentum from yesterday's run. Meanwhile, Kuda managed to take 3 of their own, and I'm looking at Todak here, not really having a good time, and we only got pistols on the hands of Jinboy. A rough way to start things out, and I guess this is where the swimming stadium will be cleared out. Todak likes to take a swim, but now the fish is out of the water, and they're just, chilling. And, of course, Jinboy, he's the sausage after all, so he just got to man up and be the real deal here to take on Kuda Truth. But going against the Scarel, definitely not in his favor, since he's only got this technically close range weapon, but mid range, if you do land a couple of all these bullets from that pistol, it could have possibly worked out for Todak. But Kuda, these horses are just on their stable. They're not going to be moving all too much.
He's definitely biding his time. I don't blame him as well. He's trying to force him on. Thank God for the third-person view as well. He should be able to spot out through from the north side here, but he knows for the fact he can be flying from the southern side. Trying to test on the other side, but looks like Troop is going to be trying to be falling further back. I think at this point, Troop is just saying, like, you know what, there's three of you, you can definitely handle Jin Boyle. The last remaining member of Toda did finally get tagged out and finally gets removed from the game here. Although yes, it's a little bit sad to see Toda leaving a little bit too early here, but that's it is what it is, that kind of thing. Sometimes you just don't get that opportunity, or even sometimes a luck does goes a little bit of a long way here. And speaking of which, changing up the viewings here, we're seeing currently our teams here, RS Jambu, currently handling themselves towards Watertown, but they're definitely not alone here. They're having hefty neighbors here for the side of Team Aurora, but Instinct Flashball has already been drawn as two members, has already been knocked out, Contra.
Yeah, Jambu having a real tough time here. Killua immediately getting toasted down. G-Girl on the assault, and they will be able to find H54 as well. The smoke's not going to be helping all too much, and these mini sausages are on the prowl. But then again, how much could you possibly get out of sync? Now the next one to fall, though. So there is a little bit of retaliation, but it's still 4 pointers in for 4R.
It was clean. It was slick. A little bit of a confusion here for the side of RS Jambu with all the smokes in the house. I don't blame them at all. They were trying to go. He was trying to play around with the smoke and trying to go for the revive. Just really unfortunate the fact that G-Girl decided to flank from the inner sanctums here and was able to find one unfortunate member here for the side of RS Jambu and picked him off casually here. But finally, we have a grand view of the map again. This time, no other team actually wasn't really able to drop too far towards the edge of the map here. A little bit more focusing towards the central side here, and I think that's okay, right? Because sometimes there is that form of risk, right? For the fact that, like, hey, if I drop at the edge of the map, will it be towards the northern side or will it be to the central side? So regardless of how it is, it looks like even for Team FS Esport and RS Junior, who did drop to the more edge of the map here, especially to the northern eastern side here, it's not too bad for them either way if they want to rotate to the circle, because it's relatively not too far.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous up in the central area currently, as we do see 4R. After finishing that fight, they're pretty close in proximity along with Suhas Esports. We got CO Intelligence that's going to be pretty close by on that danger zone at the release. So I guess that it will take some time before any movements come by. While there is more players from inside of RS all the way up in the northern end, and of course that is the RS Junior clan that will eventually lock horns with another veteran team in the form of FS Esports.
Still, and also I noticed as well that it has been quite common for the side of RS Megas, who has been dropping towards Cargo Dome most of the time when the situation does sort of allows it as well for them here. Quite comfortable in that, and it's totally fine for them, since with the position of the circuit as well, they noticed from yesterday's game as well, for the last 3 rounds which they were playing on Battle Island, they weren't really gatekeep too much, except for that one time where the flight path was actually tilting more towards the northern western side here. That's the only time where they faced a little bit of a gatekeeping, but it wasn't lasting for too long, since with the sheer number of teams and groups that was relatively nearby here. Team Zero, on the other hand, although yes, sitting right at the edge of the red zone here, but they're inside the house, so we would have had to worry too much about them. RS Raptors on top of the leaderboard here, feeling great, feeling casual as well. And with Suha's initial first blood, by the way, Contra, I wouldn't be surprised to see them actually trying to rack up as much points as possible, especially with the dilemma that which they faced yesterday, where they actually dropped out relatively early in the 4th and 5th round.
Indeed, and as there's rotation coming across these corners, there's going to be a little bit of a moment where the teams will have to navigate their way around just to scout out for information, and Suha's definitely going to be having a little bit of a smooth sail for now. Nobody's going to be around their section. But on the outskirts, there's a little bit of movement coming from RS Raptor. This is the fight that we've been waiting for. Top 1 versus top 2. If that's going to happen, I guess we're in for a treat. But eventually, it will be a little bit of a clash going on. It's not going to be the two of them. Now, Aishet coming in with the saucepan. I don't know what he's going to be cooking up, but probably want to get them into the frying pan with a little bit of, sauce that's going to give you a little bit of a Mexican flavor. So, I don't know. Is there any sort of a hot, spicy sauce that you would recommend, Yodeli?
Hot and spicy sauce, especially with sauces. If I had to go for, if we're talking about sauces here in Malaysia, most likely I would have to recommend Thai chili sauce. I think that's like one of the few best options.
I need something fury. I needed to hit like 2 million Scoville hit and above. So as we come into the very first game, I guess that it's just a little bit of a preparation coming from the team in order to beat the Heat eventually. But as we slowly proceed with this game, we're having some teams just taking the outskirts here for the moment. And remember this, they can't lurk around too long outside of the party zone. And today, for some reason, we do see a lot of bombing going on across the map. Whether it's in clear areas or the central. But it looks like none of the sausage were being bombed from the sky, so that's good on them. While I'm keeping my hopes up high for Raw, as they are in the prime spot of Watertown, and EVOS Esports were very patient. They're not even moving out of the central city, and I guess that's where they will still continue to reap the rewards as they are still within the third circle.
For sure, and the thing is this, right? And I wouldn't blame them. I wouldn't blame for Raw or EVOS or Z or even Suas from trying to move from their current location as well. Although yes, there is that chance where the circle will eventually either shift too much to the left or towards the south, the west, or the east, or the north. But it doesn't hurt them too much because of the fact that they're pretty much literally slap dab in the middle. They're totally fine with this. Mitri Ade, on the other hand, looks like Korra is going to be able to get their nice, handy silly dragon here. Oh, man, I can take this. Just seeing a lot of this silly dragon just sort of reminds me of the movie How to Train Your Dragon. Who flies the dragon better? And coming back to the question, like for you, Contras, so far we've seen everyone riding silly dragons, but so far, which of the teams, from your point of view, of course, has been utilizing the silly dragon more efficiently here?
Well, I guess that there are a lot of teams that have been able to basically fly alongside the dragon to get a lot of advantages when it comes down to information as well as the full prowess of the dragon spread being utilized. I think that there was instances where FS Esports have gotten a few takedowns of their own, and not forgetting some of the clan members of even the likes of RS Junior, RS Mega, whichever RS it is, they absolutely love dragons. Not too much from Suhas Esports though. They might have a little bit of fear of heights, so maybe they're not really too big of a fan of dragons, but we did see teams also favoring the UFO to move about.
I can't even forget about the UFO as well. It's such a mobile, a mobile transportation vehicle that not only allows you to get to high grounds as well, but the fact that the turning curve for that vehicle is absolutely so quick, it's so easy compared to most other vehicles, the more common vehicles like the Jeep and the buggy in this game. It's such a fantastic flanking maneuver transportation here. Wouldn't blame anyone for not using it as well. And it can actually hold up to, although yes, couldn't really hold up to 4 players, but having 2 players with that ability to sort of reposition themselves in a more strategic spot or even be more creative plays, which we saw coming in from Suhas yesterday, where they actually just try to make use of the sound, constantly keep the enemy in check for the fact that there might be a flank, there's someone in the air. They cannot really make any aggressive moves for the fact that there is a UFO constantly hovering above their heads.
Yeah, and speaking of heads here, look at Darwin. He's got that level 4 helmet already. It's a unicorn dog for now. So, looking good.
Rainbow unicorn.
Looking special, of course. EVOS Esports haven't gotten themselves any pointers out there today playing very different of an approach where they just want to ensure their safety is intact. Now that they at least secure a top 10 position, you will still walk away with, well, minimal points if you were to crash out early. But I'm pretty sure that when I say that, Fans of Evils is gonna flack at me, but then again, haha, I do expect them to perform much better as compared to yesterday. And look at what we have, Zeo Intelligent. Slowly moving into the central city. I guess that they're setting up some baits here in order to at least get some of all these tracks much later on. But if we take a look at the north side, we have Quarter that may go up against a fellow opponent in the form of RS.
Yeah, RS Junior definitely having a little bit of a struggle at the same time. I mean, I really don't blame them because we have seen a lot of run-ins between RS Junior and Quarter from time to time, especially for the couple of actually mostly all 5 maps from yesterday as well. They just sort of drop at relatively similar areas or close vicinity, and they just sort of take these fights head on. However, with the current positioning of the circle here, and of course I guess with the not the most ideal of vehicles as well, since they definitely spot Quarter with the Silly Dragon, I think they're trying to prioritize getting a more defensive positioning or at least a better strategic spot where they can try to take this fight head on, because it's literally flat open here. There's only trees for cover, but with the Silly Dragon, you do not want to stay in one spot for too long here. So just seeing RS Junior currently on the run here, but ZQ has the DP20 on the other hand, definitely a vehicle shredder as well. They can't stay on the vehicle for too long.
Well, they just gotta book it into the city to take cover though. Great shot being far from the DP spray, and here comes the Dragon's Breath. How could they possibly hide from this one though? And here we go. Crashing right in. Oh, there you have it. First breath and Millie knocking down Ai. And they're still on the hunt, but they are trying to slay the dragon. Not all too easy though. But now being spotted out, they might actually send a few units down. A few members of Quarter are on the top of the hill. So this is perfect positioning coming in for Quarter. And they want to finish off what they started. Now, hunting out for the crab sausage, as he's going to be hiding inside. Shadow have already moved into the corners of the wall, so they will have good coverage, but they should proceed with caution.
Still trying to find the most opportune amount of time as well, and the thing is this: they are in the vicinity of the party zone as well, so they don't have to worry too much. However, there's still the existence of the Silly Dragon. Sham is trying to get a nice flanking maneuver at the edge of the city, though, but I don't think that's really working too well. But looks like Zaki is going to be making his move as he finally has exited out of the Silly Dragon, gets to the second floor casually and trying to go for the flank. Will this pay off for him? On the other hand, let's see. He pops the headshot, but no, the P90 pulls through here for Crab as he nails him down in the head as well. Here's a go for the quick kills as well. So the rest of the team are in pursuit here, and Eggy is trying to catch out, trying to even up the odds here, since it is coming down to the classic 3v3 as Jabal is finally been knocked down here, Contra.
Actually, taking over the first level, and he's gonna hop downwards, just trying to spot him out. I guess he kind of missed a little bit of a glimpse of the fallen member of RS. Now, Crab having a little bit of a Dragon's Breath onto the window. Eggix tries to reposition, but eventually this Crab is just going to the meat grinder. I'm not too certain if this is going to be a good case scenario for him, but they're pretty much blinded by the fog of smoke that's being popped out. So they did buy time. Crab! Wait! He stole it! He stole the dragon!
Oh my god. Unbelievable. Man, so
Again.
although yes, dude, it wasn't Sham. It wasn't Sham, but it's Crab. They're the same team, Aaron. They're the same. They got it.
The Dragon Stealers.
My god. I guess you could say that the real Dragon Masters here in this case, in this game.
I mean, Quarter. This is gonna be pretty bad, right? Like, I'm trying to align my thoughts here, because just take a look at this attack. Now, the tables have turned, and it's going to be RS on those wings, just floating around. Chunky Dragon just want to stay low, trying to sniff somebody out, but Quarter has to turtle into the naughty city for the moment. actually try to align some of all these shots, but it's still going to be quite hard to at least control the recoil in order to hit directly onto the sausages. And with the dragon being so chunky, you're probably just gonna bounce it on his belly. He's not gonna feel too much of pain. So I guess that this is a lost cause for Quarter if they really want to go for that full pursuit, but they will try nevertheless. Double taps being part, P90 being brought out as well, trying to look for Agix on top. Only a scratch on his armory, but that's just about it. 30 seconds before the party area close, and RS, they're just having fun. There's just no stress whatsoever, and currently the ball is in their court.
It's so crazy because I was just about to mention for the fact that so far we haven't seen like Sham doing any similar stunts like he did on Friday where he stole the dragon. Although yes, it wasn't Sham, but it's gonna be in the hands of Crab. He managed to steal the dragon away, which was actually really not sure what I guess it was a little bit of luck that this came to play as well. The fact that Crab actually decided to take that gamble to jump out the window this with all the smoke that's happening, for the fact that maybe that the dragon will be put down relatively close by here.
Oh,
by the way,
you
looks
have
like the next
Ozno.
fight coming to the exit here. Not having a fun time at all, as the micro Uzi does come into the play here, as OG instantly demolished the entire squad of Team RS here, leaving them no chance an opening.
It was just within a blink of an eye. I still saw them floating 2 seconds ago. And this is how strong Suhas Esports is. 8 pointers already being secured, and man, probably this is the best team that we've seen so far in RSG M1 tournament. And it doesn't really matter if they drop a game or two. I think that it's easy for Suhas Esports to catch back up, but they should not slack regardless. So
Definitely.
Heading into Circle 3, we're already 22 minutes into the game. And of course, having a little bit of a glimpse of the minimap, we have Quarter, who's not taking any chances of the dragon breeding upon them, so they're going to be staying outside of the party zone for a bit. But it might actually punish them in the late game, because they have to make it into Watertown. And if we take a look into Watertown as of current, we have RS Junior inside of the city, and also by the corner of the docks, it's 4RAR. Now, as it slowly approaches to the central city area of the plains, there's going to be a little bit of a flat ground as well as a little bit of elevation for them to play out from, but I'm not too certain if the teams that are currently outskirts can handle the pressure.
It really depends on how many people are really want to take that, have the similar ideas of the fact that, okay, we want to get the central city, we want to get that compound. Because right now, the thing is, going to the center part of the circle right now, this early into the game here, it's basically suicide. It's flatlands, there's barely any trees for any form of cover here. But hey, for all, they chilling on top of the battleship. But then again, they did spot the silly dragon flying around and landing themselves at Watertown. So for sure, they know for the fact that there is 2 members there. Not sure who, but they know they are definitely sure there are 2 members from the side here that's going to be chilling at the side here of Watertown. And that's everything they need to know as well. Because right now, for them, just knowing exactly where majority of the teams are does allow them how they want to plan their next course of action here. But then again, Sino, not using too much of the rainbow field here. Want to try to keep it as much, try to save it as much as possible, especially for the final round. With the land so open like this, a mech that really comes into play really is able to change the tide of the war here. This whole thing doesn't make the same mistake which Odin did yesterday with the mech, where he just dived into a group of people with a hologram grenade as well, which really made him really have a tough time picking out which is the real one.
4R using the Vector to try to at least warn members of RS Esports for the moment. And RS Junior, they're unfazed, they're just hanging about. And the rest of 4R, they're on top of that battleship, so everything is going to be steady, Bumpy B, they say? Is that what they say in Singapore and Malaysia?
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And I guess that this is a really good holding that's being established coming in from 4R, where you have Kwachi on the lookout point, at least being the sentinel of the team. But the problem is the party zone is shrinking, and you know they probably will have to finish off this fight if they were to commit to an engagement. Suhas now going in with the UFO, invading not planet Earth but Battle Island, and they immediately going for to clean up. OG with so little health left will be able to survive, and look at how explosive this team is. With the Groza in hand, OG, he doesn't really care if it's out. It's only about a tick left for him to stand. He will be able to secure and claim all those names. 7 points in the bag just by OG alone.
OG, how are you alive? You weren't supposed to be alive. But let's see what the FS Esport will be able to sustain enough. But looks like good call. Good call coming in from the mech driver for the side here. RS Mega decided to fall back a little bit. Really doesn't want to lose that mech relatively early or even lose a majority of that durability. I think allowing his team to get a little bit more close here. They are sort of gatekeeping the side of FS Esport, but they need to take into account that still Team Kuda not too far behind. Here it really comes down to see which team is going to be third party who in this case here. But looks like a bit of a knockdown. It's a headshot that comes in on Mbao here. And looks like Killer is definitely having a killing time here as he gets that beautiful initial headshot.
The RS Killer now taking over control of the central city. Evos Esports now on the outskirts. They can possibly third party in this current area. While there's going to be a lot of people exiting off the city, and I guess that's the moment that Evos Esports wants to strike. But RS Killer, they're definitely going to be having a little bit of a party going on, having a little bit of music by the stairways. And back to the site here. Look at this. 4 teams. And they are just waiting for the first move this year, because whoever takes the first move probably will receive the short end of the stick.
Man, and while we're seeing this current stalemate, on the other side, we see Suhas literally melting down for a roll. It's only Jiga left alive, but not for too long. Look at all these moves. They'll literally just fly all across the board.
And they're making it look too easy. Come on, Suhas. Don't do them dirty like this. Oh, no.
What a way to die, isn't it, right? You have like 2 UFOs hovering up top of your head, 2 guns at the same time. My God.
Yeah, and I guess that's Suhas. They are going into the central city already, invading every other sausages that's currently on board. The mecha's gonna be right in the middle. Zeno getting shot, but he's gonna fly away, and the party zone's closing up. Trying to hold on to this girl to go in for the spray down. He's already lost 2 members throughout, and it's only down to Killer here. Zeno on the other side. While Killer tries to go in for a random spray into the smoke, not going to be able to actually get anything at all. Evos Esports not really moving all too much of a muscle, trying to go in for the save as well. Evos now has to deal with every other sausage going on to their sector. And somebody's got to find these openings here. And that's where Crab took him down with a P90 as well. And immediately goes in for the turns. 2 points secured by Crab.
Oh my God, the fight still continuing on. The Crab is trying to find a beautiful opening, but he does spot out Evos instead. Managed to get it from the flank line, but it looks like, you know what, Karma, what goes around comes around as he gets sniped from the back at the same time. Evos was still able to secure on one of the few other members here. Although yes, there's still Killer, but he's slowly choking out in the zone. His teammate is relatively too far. The mech was nearby, but he couldn't get to it in time here. And now all that's left is this one open area, literally open ground here. Contra. Land as far as I can see.
And Evos, their master plan has come into fruition. Meanwhile, Suhas definitely had the perfect plan of moving about with the UFOs. Now going up into the rooftop, taking out Agix. Quarter is in danger. He's not taking his 6. Now he's on the wings as well, trying to beat OG. But OG is going to wrap around a little bit of the movement coming across, and that's where they will take out most of the quarter members out there with so little health left behind. There's no way that they could possibly survive. But again, OG suddenly it's time to turn. He's all alone. He's taking the UFO. He's bailing out. And quarter shows who's boss.
Unbelievable coming in from Eggy, let's be honest. Eggy just really holding out down the line. But suddenly the zone finally catches up to him. He finally goes down. But no worry, ladies and gentlemen. There's ZQ. ZQ is still alive and well. Going to be able to go for the revives. But in truth is pulling in the pain there. But they finally get Iggy was able to get the cover in time, and we'll be able to get the revives. The zone is slowly pushing them out, by the way.
Well, You know what they say, the truth definitely hurts, and I guess that is going to hurt Zaku as well as Aegis, who's currently outside. Now, they don't really have time. Look at their bar. It's shrinking already. They're outside of the party zone, and it's going to be Truth that's going to be setting himself free. Going up in the air as well. After rolling as the ball, he spots out OG, but he wants to man-mark EVOS instead. Taking 2 fights at once. 6 teams still remain. And he's holding on to the bat. And instead gets sniped! My, oh my! From afar, it's going to be OG there that shuts him down.
Oh my god, unfortunately Zaku has to give himself to the zone here, and all it comes down to just 3 remaining teams here, both OG, EVOS, and Iggy's at the same time. OG, although he is one man standing, he's hoping for the fact that he can try to play a little bit more on the edge on the other side, dropping out a little bit of a smoke trail because he wants to get to that loot box. Gets a couple of nice free upgrade in armory and weaponry at the same time. Well, let's see whether is it going to be enough. Apix definitely feeling it. He loves the new suit that they got for himself. First spots out OG. Trying to go for a couple of pre-fire. No connection. He's playing around with the bush here. Although, yes, by the way, this is not the ghillie suit. No, okay, now I understand why the ghillie suit looks like a bush yesterday. Because there are bushes in this game like this. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, indeed. And I guess it definitely works in these sort of open field, but not exactly in the city, or just gonna be a walking target, or just a big distraction for the team. Yeah, and EVOS now gets a 6 elimination on Apix with a total of 9 points being secured as well. Now, this is a party zone being dominated by EVOS alone. Everybody is on the outskirts, and I guess that Aegis is on the far end. I'm not too sure where are the rest of them. Aegis now letting a few shots onto Apix, brings him down on the ground. But EVOS Esports will claim their victory here, being the #1 king of the party for map 1.
Amazing. It's really great stuff that we're seeing here, especially coming from EVOS. Although, yes, I was a little bit skeptical for the fact that they were playing a lot more safer because of the fact that they were in a really good spot. They were in the center of the circle. They only had to abide that time here. But finally, and of course, I can say God grace as well, where so many teams was actually forcing them out of the zone here. And they were actually quite hurt as well. Allowed EVOS to rack up the necessary amount of kill points they need to try to catch up the rest of the team. Suhas, they couldn't really get to the top spot, but they're still able to get multiple kills. My god, that's so many kills and a decent placement for themselves to rack up that point line. I think this might just be enough to really catch up the team. By the way, we're going to be showing you the highlights and also a quick break after that.
Welcome back once again. This is the Sausageman CE Championship for 2021, and this is the Singapore and Malaysia region finals here on the third final day. And on round 7 that was just concluded, we just witnessed EVOS Esports being the king of the party. Now they move back up to the top 3, but they're still chasing upon Sudas Esports, who have the most elimination points from that past round, and they stack it up to 71. Making it hard to chase. 132 points. Suhas Esports with that #1 spot. I guess RS Raptor, EVOS, as well as Foro have got to go down and dirty to find more of these points in these upcoming rounds.
It's so crazy how initially yesterday how close it was. I mean, it's still relatively close for some of the players in rank here, but with Suha's gameplay from that last round itself, if they continue to have the same performance for the next few rounds, then Contra, let's be honest, I think Suha is really planning to solidify themselves their spot as the best team, best Sausage Man team here in MYSG here. But of course, great performance coming from EVOS. EVOS is still slowly climbing up the ranking. But let's look at the second half of the leaderboard here this time. So we have RS Junior. Man, although RS Junior actually dropped down again here to 9th placing here, but it's going to be with 54 points, following in 10th place. We have Clash Empire with 41. RS Jumbo, we haven't seen some lineup except for the fact that they stole another City Dragon for the second time for these 2 days here with 37 points. We have Triple B in 12. Geek Fam actually at 13 with 29 points, and our bottom 3 here is still going to be the same as they are Toda, Team Santai Gaming, and Zero Intelligence with their respective points 25, 17, and 12.
Yeah, and of course, there's still 5 more matches remaining, and you know, all these sort of RS clans, so whoever else that faltered much early on, I gotta buckle up this time around because it's not gonna be all too smooth sailing. But then again, for those of you guys who have been tuning in, you can win yourself rewards, and for those of you who have already hit the like and share button being popped now, course, we will announce some of these winners, and first and foremost, we would like to congratulate Charm Go. Charm, you have received the Sausage Man paperclip. Kudos to you, and of course, keep playing and keep celebrating, and you are currently the king of the party.
Really, congrats to you, Sham Go here. I am suspecting for the fact that because it sounds relatively similar to RS Jumbo's member, isn't it? Sham in our gameplay. But anyway, kudos to you for winning yourself a Sausage Man paperclip. And of course, guys, still more prizes for you guys to win. All you guys have gotta do is very relatively simple. Go and like and share our live stream video, which you can definitely find us on our 3 of our broadcast platforms, them being Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Once you're there, comment down in the comment section below and the exclamation mark here, notify with the hashtags, hashtag SausageMan, hashtag SausageMan Championship, to walk away with some really cool exclusive prizes. And all of this is thanks to our amazing sponsor, Razor Gold, for not only giving you fans, the viewers, the opportunity to support your favorite teams, but also to win something along the way here. We have so many grand prizes here. We have the Sausage Man T3 cushions here, Sausage Man blue caps. We even have the Sausage Man paper clips, but of course, one of them has already been worn away, and it's going to be in the hands of Sham Go here. Contra, what other amazing prizes that we have for our fellow viewers here to win here?
Well, we got the Razor Shikishi, the Hammerhead, of course, finger sleeves, Razor Gold vouchers, everything about Sausage Man that you need. And that's what we've been talking about. I've been trying to keep this a secret since yesterday, but I did hint you guys to drop by today. And of course, I'm thankful that you all are tuning in. This is better if you're watching from Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook. Make sure you hit that follow button, subscribe, and of course, enjoy the show here at the Sausage Man CE Championship. Now, that's just the first of many rewards, and of course, many of them are eyeing on that Razor Kishi, so I believe that's going to help them, of course, elevate their experience when it comes down to securing more kings to the party when they move into the Rainbow Island or even the Battle Island. Now, speaking of Rainbow Island, this is going to be the first time that we're dropping in today, but yesterday we've seen a lot of all these action going down, so I'm definitely excited to see what's going to be in store for us in the matter of minutes. So, for most part, Yololi, I guess that there's still a little bit of a wide gap to fill for those of them who want to claim that championship spot, because members of the side of Suhas Esports made it difficult for anybody else to climb now that they have roughly a 30-point gap.
Yeah, it's really hard to climb. Although yes, it's a 30 points differential. You're not to say that the other teams, especially the one that's relatively close by, they try to climb up. but that just means they really need to pull in double the work. Everyone needs to pull on double duties here to really make sure they can get that amount of scores here. But you see, that's the thing, right? Because although yes, you taking to be crowned the best here at MYSG, and of course walking away with 1500 USD is a very, very beautiful thing to earn for themselves in this tournament here. But like I said before from yesterday, it all comes down to the team's priorities, right? That kind of thing. Yes, it's a shame that maybe the team sort of resolve on themselves, like maybe I can't get top one. Maybe it's a little bit difficult with the lead that Suhas is having, and most likely they're not going to stop unless, you know, unfortunately, along the way, they decide to slip and fall and roll on the hill, making sausage rolls for everybody here in the game. But everyone can try to focus on getting the other placing here, because remember, top 4 is going to be representing MYSG. So that maybe there will be a switch up in priorities for some of the teams here, where they tell themselves, all right, we can't get top 1, but that doesn't mean we cannot get ourselves that passing for 2nd, 3rd, or 4th place.
That's right, and I guess we will still have a little bit of contenders coming in from even the second half of the board, where we see a little bit of switcheroo going on from every single match that we have. Quarter actually played pretty well, and you saw they took charge and they eliminated Suhas members, although all these players from Suhas were keen to actually take them on, and, you know, they were a little bit overzealous. They were butting too much more than they could chew. I guess that they got a mouthful of sausages already, so that's good enough. At least that's enough for them to feel full for the time being. But for those of you guys who are craving for more, don't worry, we have the action coming in within the span of minutes, and of course we're going to be taking that flight down to the Rainbow Island, and I guess that with a smaller setting and also many more compounds to loot from, it is going to be a little bit more of a tougher early game for those of them who have not figured it out. But like I've said, they've already done their research back at home when they look back into some of these areas on where they could play, and we didn't really see too many of these teams actually sharing the cities altogether.
Yeah, it really comes down to how much of the boss. And the thing is I wouldn't blame them if they really didn't have much information to play around with, especially since yesterday was the only day where the top 8 teams from Group 1 was able to meet with the players from Group 2 here, and there was no VODs for Group 2 side. It was only the stream for Group number 1 here. So not only were there not any much information to play around for about Group number 2, but there's also no VODs about what's their gameplay like. So I guess you could say yesterday was the only time they can actually speculate and see where's the team favorite drops point, or where they like to do and how they really engage in certain situations. But you know, Contra, without further ado, let's go and jump down to Rainbow Island, and with another beautiful flight path.
That's right, this one's pretty much even up, but then again, you know, it's a 4x4 map, so most often than not, you'll be able to reach any form of destination. As we're taking a look at RS, they're immediately dropping hot into Quarry. Same goes to Crab as well as Furore, and I guess that there's going to be a battle bound for us in the early game. Yeah, I talk about research, but then again, it does not mean that the other teams are not playing the same thing if they're also referring to the same game. Now, take a look at Nori Temple. We've got 3 teams involved. There's Sodak, Zeo Intelligence, and well, we're in for a big party.
Massive party. It's going to be a huge sausage fest, as well as all the teams are legit scouring to quickly get as much weapons or even the basic utilities to really prepare to take the fight head on. And I'm already hearing all the gunfires going on. It looks like Jackpo is going to be the first one to fall here. Kyopo is going to be returning in kind on top of some of the members here from Clutch Empire. And looks like same goes here for the side here for RS Jambu, as they were able to run head on with the right weapon in hand. What a better way to start this fight head on with one of the few best CQC weapons in the game, and that's the P90 and the Vectors.
Right, Neko continuing on the pursuit, and for Quarter, the ones who took down Suhas are definitely no pushovers. They did lose Zaku, but it's honestly revivable so long as they pick up the coin. So got the AK-12 in hand, I do believe, as they're just going to be moving in and out of the building, checking every single room. You don't want to leave no stone unturned. Choi as well, Shadow. They're not providing any cover, and RS they're slowly getting in, grappling up their way, and I guess that they won't be able to spot him out just about yet. On the little roar, I guess there's a little shots coming in from Killua, and Killua will eventually seek them out. There's gonna be a little bit of smoke to cover up for the temporary measure, and Epic gets the first one to the turn into a mini sausage after Zaku's downfall.
Looking on the run as well. Looks like they had a really great start as well. Since not only does RS Gem have the man advantage, but their looks are going to be fully solidifying themselves in the spot. All comes down to different Troy. He's still trying to make use of the CQC situation, but that's not going to be working out for too long. Troy finds Zakti, puts him down. He's relatively low. He's trying to survive as long as possible. Shadow comes in to try to reinforce his teammate, but he gets backtracked on the back line. Although, yes, he was able to get a nice knockdown, but you know what they say, what comes around turns around, as Highfall was able to flank him from the sidelines, and instantly that will mark the end for Team Quarter's initial run here in the second map of Rainbow Island.
That's right. We're going round and round, and this time it is the side of RS that managed to secure that victory. Only for a shot moment. G-Girl next one to be picked up. Dolly going in with the floating shot on his wings, and now he's just storming through. Sing managed to go in for the recovery. Dolly really jumps off. He's just trying to find a little bit of corner of the cubicle. And Quachi, he's a little bit off course though. Gotta start joining into the action. G-Girl needs your help, Quachi. Alright, now back into the fight there with QBZ. And I believe that Boros still have a few members still intact, but with the DP spray down here, nobody wants to mess around with Killer.
Quachi, the last member standing and combat ready. G-Girl is knocked down. They're trying to find her as well. But with Zeno and Danny on the roots curve, they're giving a lot of information. Eventually they spot G-Girl. Fortunately, she can't really duck. She's a crying sausage. Can't really roll out of that situation. But Quachi, on the other hand, he did, if I'm not mistaken, he has an explosive bow as well. Every time he right, he can actually try to get a nice collateral, but that's not gonna work out as Danny gets the headshot on Quachi to end her streak. My god! RS Megas contract from the very beginning of the fight. They're landing headshots after headshots to secure the fight. The fight could even begin because they didn't have the chance.
Not at all. Well, oh well. We got the flare up in the air, so they're calling in for some good loots. That took a while, but we do hear the choppers on the way. And let's see what's in the crate later on.
Oh, pretty cool. Anyway, crates on the way, and just judging from the map as well, looks like especially with how small the island is and how close vicinity most of the compounds and settlements is to each other, all the teams decide to play a little bit more on getting to their respective areas, right? Especially with such an ideal flight path. I think sort of for the second time in a row. My God, maybe I know I do love the term third time's a charm, and I hope the third map also all the 16 teams have another ideal flight path very similar to what we've been seeing from the last and this round as well. But if it continues, then each of the teams will be able to get to where they want to be. And like, although yes, there were some skirmishes and some trades from some teams on the other side, despite the one that we were actually witnessing here between RS Megas and 4Roar, I think most of the teams, especially with Team Kuda, who actually decided to fall back. But look at that loot contract. My God.
RPG grows what else is in the bag? I believe that they could possibly share, but Sino says, nah, all for myself. I think that's pretty much fair, as he's been able to, you know, deliver a little bit of assistance. But then again, of course, if the teammate wants it from him, he just got to turn into a mini sausage first.
Well, you see, here's the real question, right, Contra? The thing is this, right? With the current state of things, especially with the knowing exactly where the circle is going to be here, most of the team will try to play for the edge, or try to go to the center of the map. We've been seeing similar rotation plays out yesterday, but nothing too like definite for the fact that like, okay, this team likes to play on the edge, that team likes to go to the center of the circle. We haven't seen that kind of rotation come from this team so far. It has always been more of a reactive play style, unless there's something that I missed out. But what do you think then?
Well, of course, playing proactively is always going to be the best form of Sausage Man gameplay that you're going to be getting as a viewer. As for a technical aspect for the players, of course, there's a lot more of other factors involved where you gotta ensure that you always have scouts checking your rate, whether it's the front or the back, and you can't always press the issue. Like there are times where you're supposed to hang low, just wait for that right opportunity for them to at least secure better standings. And when we take a look at the current standpoint, the party zone is going to be moving into the bathhouse of the Cots and also to the Honey Valley. So it's going to be a rough place to be for some teams who are outside of the play zone. But other teams that are already making their way in probably will have to have a little bit of brawl, and Dekmon already aiming down onto iShack.
Oh, good spot as well. They had the initial drop as well, but sadly not enough to actually knock down any of the members of Suhas here. They had to try to reset it. But the most crucial thing is the fact that it's currently OG's positioning right now. He's a really good flanking and sniping position as well. Randy spots one. This get tagged a little bit. He was able to trade efficiently here, but sadly no knocks coming from either side of these two teams here. Draw down a couple of heals here to try to quickly rejam out as quickly as possible before re-engaging in the fight. That one spots Ice Shed. That's a good picking, Sally. No headshot is coming in, but massive amount of damage is going to be forcing Ice Shed all the way to the back line here. The thing is, look at OG where he is right now. He's just waiting for the opportune moment. Ice Shed popping in the jetpack, flying out of the area here to get to another flanking maneuver. This is going to be keeping FS Esports in check for the fact that, okay, there's multiple locations, there's multiple angles here, but they only count of 3 players. That's why you don't see much aggression coming from some of the members here of FS Esports. But OG! No. He gets sniped away, Contra!
He's just next to the respawn zone though, so Suhas doesn't really matter if he goes down. So long as they win this trade, they should be able to get back on track with all 4 members remain. So Aishat, he just have to ensure that he doesn't go down, as he will try to reposition. Zero swiftly hitting into another corner. Now they're taking multiple angles, and now they find a perfect opening spot. Getting into the shots fired at Dekmon, and now I's gonna be the next one to be able to be sprayed down perfectly on the head. This M4 working out well, and now no matter where they run, they can't hide. And FS, one after another, and Zero doing all the work, and he could just ace him out all alone, looking for Adil. Adil, can he turn this one around? I'm not certain, but he's running for his life. And there you go, a revenge point for themselves.
From 0 to hero, this man is literally forcing him back even out of the party zone. They want to get this kill. Not sure whether he's gonna get that ace. No, Ice Shed is gonna be the one to have the final say here. But hey, Zero did the job. Waited patiently enough, and my god, the amount of threats that OG and Aisha actually was doing on the other side of the map just distracted them and be a really great diversion manner. Just long enough for Zero to really get a nice place against picking. And speaking of picking, looks like Nasmi on the other hand was able to get a couple of dings here on Daryl here, but not enough to get the drop. Finds Evie, but Evie gets him first. Oh my god!
Oh no! I guess it's the accuracy with the headshots as well that did the difference in damage. Carl now just securing those numbers, and Camper makes us a little splash into the Nori Temple. Camper hunting out for Jinboy, the only member remaining for Todak, and I guess he's just gonna be submerged underwater for now.
Jinboy playing with the corners and angles. He's hoping for them to get a little bit closer. I'm assuming he has an SMG or the Vector in hand here, since he is trying to force out the angle.
He's not going to force any issue. Probably want to survive because some of the bodies of Todak is still around the corner. They could just try to cash in.
Oh, but it's the City Dragon!
Yeah, they might have to let it go. He's keeping an eye on the Dragon, though. Maybe he could possibly go in at least with a punishment.
But it's just stolen away by Camper here, so that's gonna be losing that option here. The getaway vehicle is also gone at the same time. Could wait it out though, but they are playing at the edge of the circle, so it's really up to Triple B here. I guess you could say right now, Toda Jinboy here is really just hoping for the fact that Triple B just actually leaves this area. Then maybe he can try to go for the revive here, just like what you mentioned earlier as well.
Yeah, and you just look at this beautiful lagoon. Well, not exactly a lagoon since it's kind of a part of a river. And we're having a little bit of duke out underneath. Okay, Buddha managing to take Bell out.
Oh my
and
God.
one member down for the side of RS Satan.
Oh no!
Still on the ground, and it's the refrag from down under. SM down, hoping to actually pick out Cholek, and they will clear it all up. 4 pointers in for RS.
Oh, you know, for a second there, I thought Bell, like, he really entered the wrong neighborhood. It actually drops down, and the majority of the members are, like, chilling on the ground here. But the fact that Colette came in with the Mac alongside with SM as well. Really great, honestly, a really great stuff coming from Colette. Although yes, he is trying to do as much damage as possible with the Mac, but he was initiating the charge. So in other words, he is sort of giving a little bit of a space or an opening for the rest of the team to try to back him up and try to go for the flank, allowing SM to get that 2 frags for the team there. Although yes, they did lose Bell, but there is a respawn beacon nearby, so they're going to be able to bring Bell back into the game really swiftly.
Yeah, and there we go. Bell
He's
just
back.
deploying all the way down under. Got to make a climb though. Got those ball that they could possibly roll around with. Now a little bit of a bombardment going on into the areas of Northern Temple. BBB is still lurking around, so Jinboy finally making good measurement to exit out of Northern Temple, but gotta be careful of Neko, who's still around.
Hovering and checking things out. Although yes, Quarrel, he's actually taking a really drastic rotation during the red zone, but I think he's still totally fine. Oh, the red zone actually just times out the minute he gets regroups back with his teammates. So on the other hand, OG was able to get his hands on the UFO. They really loved it, and I really don't blame them for it as well. There's a quick scout in the compound. I think he actually, yeah, he did spot out Crab on the other side behind that rock, but they're not going to take the fight head on. Not all the members of Suas is currently here though, but they're going to be dropping Zero off as they want to prepare for this flanking maneuver here, Contra.
Yep, they're already sending OG out, and there's a couple of all these connection of shots onto Crab. Crab might hope to steal that UFO away if they're not wary, and all these incendiaries are being sent out. Aja's going to be joining along as well. Crab now getting taken out. First one off of RS.
What a
Now wait for another one.
headshot connection too. Oh my god, Contra.
Straight to the head, and I didn't really stood a chance. Now Jabat is pretty much worried for his own. Is he going to go with Plunger? I think not. Jabat doesn't really have time to go in for safe, so the rest of them will just go for engagement. Zero taken out. Great refback coming across RS. Now
no way!
Turning into the mini sausage. This is the first time I've seen the sausage up in the air taken out like that. Ronnie continues off the float and now spots out Sham, and it's a perfect clearance taking out Jabat and Co.
Oh, literally, talk about holding down the trigger on the DP. The LG never fails to deliver, especially in that kind of situation. My God, I thought he almost got it out. Let's be honest, Jabat almost got the safety. But anyway, speaking of safety, let's see whether Triple B is able to survive in this kind of situation as well. Constant playing back and forth, but he managed to get onto the Ceiling Dragon and he made away. But Salino, they ran out of Rainbow Fuel, so he has no choice but to drop down mid-air, allowing Java to pick him up casually. A headshot, no less, in mid-air too, Contra.
Yeah, and wow. Too many epic proportion of battles happening across, and now there's only 7 more teams left alive, and it is quite a high-intensity round for many of all these players, and Cholek now having the mecha for their own, happy enough with that 8 pointers being secure, so they continue to float along, and they're just a few meters away from where they need to be. Now arriving into the open grounds, they can actually move onto the battleship on top so that they can possibly get better coverage now that they float up in the air. So this is going to be a good game to be secured if they can continue on at this pace.
Definitely for sure, and with such a high vantage location, they can try to scout things out here as well. But it seems like the rest of the team has a little bit of a different plan in mind as they want to try to get control of some of this compound, which is literally placed in the center part of the circle. There is some form of risk of the fact that you can be forced out by the various utilities in the game here, but they are very confident of taking that fight head on here, especially since they know for the fact that the other team that's going to be engaging upon them will have to tread lightly for the fact that they do not want to get third party or get flanked from behind instead.
That's right, and you look at Suhas Esports currently taking over the northeast side, and it's going to be Jinboy here to get shut down. They do get the revive onto MIB much earlier, but still, it's Todak who's having another Lone Ranger to last on the battlefield. So 7 more teams remain. At least they can secure good ranking points if they can make it into the top 3, but he finds it pretty hard to climb. I guess that stamina is running a little bit low, but they do tank it out for a little longer. Circle 4 will slowly chip right in, and you slowly see the meter going down, so he's got to find a little bit of a safety net, while the rest of RS also having some members outskirt. So he's going to be running into doom and gloom. Meanwhile, for Suhas, yeah, they're just going to be floating right by. And all the way up into the northern end, they've already spotted out the members from Team 16. And that is RS Mega. Just hoping to have no commotion here, but UFOs don't care, you know, like, it's high technology for you to invade some of all these islands. And now it's Y4 1-on-1, and he takes out Jolik! How on earth with the DP spray?
Oh my god. You know, I don't know how many times like we've been pressing the matter for the fact that do not underestimate the DP, especially when you're in your vehicles, right? At first hand, we see High 4 just duke it out with a mad close quarter as well, and I love the fact that he actually takes into account the attack range for those Gatling guns as well. Attacking it right at the blind spot as well, really allowing to really mow down that vehicle. A little bit of a loss here for the side here for RS Raptor to lose the mech relatively this early, especially since not all the teams has sort of been revealing themselves. But with that current wormhole grenade, he's gonna be able to scout out for the fact that where exactly the majority of the teams are as well.
Neko going up in the air and now infiltrating the building of RS Raptor. Is this what they want, though? Evos is going to be around the corner. Bell now taken out. And that's going to be Apix that shuts him out. Now, RPG in hand, it doesn't really matter for Nico. While Jawa joins in the fray. Apix now going for a flank as well. It's going to try to flush them out of that building. And Evos, they are cutting. They are coming in with the form of attack where the victims least suspected, and now Zati hiding in fear. I'm not sure if they could possibly survive, but Evos, they're here to clean up shop. But here comes Suhas Rani taking a really good view all the way up top, and Kim X will be here to please steal the show.
I can't even believe that Neko was able to get away with it as well. Using the wormhole generator that was actually being placed down by RS Raptors, drops down with an RPG, knocks someone out at the same time, did enough damage. Although yes, he was eventually traded back, but that's so much damage, and the rest of the team just came for easy picking. Especially for Evos, who's hearing all this commotion and stop picking for the sidelines. And speaking of picking off, low side Aisha was able to find our pace, gets a nice tag, brings them all the way down to the red bars here. Definitely not having the best of time. And Ronnie still has a UFO in hand. I guess the rainbow field is still sufficient enough to still play around with, even until the very end of the circle.
Darwin's now going over the DP, and he's taking a little bit of cover as he's getting shot by Zero from the outskirts. And look at Suhas. They are basically having the perfect area of play. What? None of the teams can actually get in. Suhas has got them all surrounded. It doesn't really matter. They can try as much as they want. They can roll in, but Suhas, they will find those numbers. Aisha gets knocked down though. Sean doing all the work, but Zati still trying to navigate all the way towards the back lines. We'll be able to find that pickup against Aisha, but the Cavalry has arrived. OG trying to go in for a little bit of support. OG now getting spotted out as well. Darwin's comes in, jetpacking his way up, but he's going straight to the crosshairs of RS. Jumping on, oh my goodness me! A double, a third, and oh, whoa! Darwin's, he might just be knocked out, but he will not go down in the fight. You just see more and more of these points coming in for Evos.
Unbelievable. Darwin just from picking of OG flies into the back lines of members of RS Megas with absolute no fear. And they never saw it coming. They heard the boosters, but they were so prioritized in trying to clear out one of the other side of the teams here. Although yes, both sides has suffered losses. They really did here. They really did. But unfortunately, he was going to be the one bailing out. Ronnie's the last member of Suas. He's definitely trying to solidify himself at least in the top 3. Jawa's really pulling in the pain here. But Killer just want to reassure for the fact that no one's in the smoke. Commits one RPG. Rocket has one more left. But you know the saying, one shot, one kill. Especially when it comes to a 1v1 situation, it can really come in handy. Especially since he has that high ground. Spots Jawa, tags it a little bit. But remember, he's not alone here. He still has one more member, and RS Megas, they have the man advantage.
Yeah, no, it's all about getting good cover when it comes down to the final scenario. Here comes the barricade being popped open, so Jawa can go in for a quick restock. But the nades are flying in, though. He cannot hang all too long by the barricades. Now, with a little bit more of a shark marching in.
No way!
And it goes in for a dive! It goes in with a bang! And it's the RPG that take both of them down. Okay, 1v1. Mano el mano. Santi is gonna find them all. It's on the smoke, not getting all too much of coverage, but on top of that rock, it's not gonna be all too well for Danny. And this is where RS tries to secure every point in the way, getting the kills off. But this is getting a little bit dicey here. Zaki back up in the air, and that is the final blow. RS taking the win here in our Rainbow Island.
Finally, RS Jumbo has found the light at the end of the tunnel. They stolen Silly Dragons today. They got their first round on the second map here. They are definitely allowing it, and they're definitely going to be climbing up the ladder. They're not. I honestly, Contra, with the total of 9 elimination points and rank number 1, I guess you could say RS Jumbo can kiss goodbye that 10 ranking in the leaderboard as they are slowly climbing up all the way to top 8 at least.
We're going to be having another look at the highlights. This is a matchup that was so close between some of all these best teams out there, and I guess that we're going to take a little bit of a breather as we catch all the highlights that happened back in the Rainbow Island. And here we are back at it again. It is this time, of course, we're going to be slowly heading to our third round of our grand finals final day. And Suhas Esports managing to secure a 149-pointer before booking out of our round 2 of day 4. Well, of course, we've been playing a couple of days already. But, of course, the final day here, they're definitely the top dogs of the tournament, while RS Raptor solely solidifying their stance here with 126 points, while Evos Esports finally break open into the triple-digit mark, and of course, 98 points has been garnered by RS Mega. So we see two really promising RS clan members who's been able to get that top 4 position, but Team 4R is also going to be challenging the results later on, since we still got 4 more games to run in. Kuda Gaming is going to be having the 64 points, 61 for the ones at 7th as well as 8th respectively.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite a tug of war later, especially when we get towards the end, the last map of the day for that 4th spot. So everyone wants to try to be at least the 14th to represent MYSG. But anyway, coming back to the second part of the leaderboard, we have the 9th ranking. We have FS Esports, RS Junior for 10th place. Yes, guys, you know the difference. RS Jumbo no longer the 10th place with such a performance, elevate themselves to that 7th ranking. Clash Empire is gonna be taking 11th place with 42 points. Triple B with 36. Total. This time they're not bottom 3 as they elevated themselves to 13th place with 33 points. Geek Fam actually to 29, not much difference from the last leaderboard, but Santai Gaming and Zero Intelligence will be our bottom 2 here with 17 points respectively here.
That's right, and of course, so it's getting a little bit dim on my side, so it's going to be me kind of riding up your day with a little bit of flashbang going on. Hey. But of course,
I was blinded already, man.
Our way into the next match, of course, we have to announce some of the winners out there, and congratulations to Nicholas Canvarado. You've been able to claim yourself a Sausage Man Blue Cap. So, of course, you have gotten all the goodies here from Sausage Man C Championship. All you have to do right now, Nicholas, if you're still on the line, of course, you have to head over to Facebook and directly message Sausage Man on their official Facebook page. So, well, you gotta do it within 14 days for you to claim your Sausage Man Blue Caps. And of course, make sure you take a picture of it and tag Sausage Man on their official platform once you do receive it. Of course, we got more stuff to give away later on. But if you are wondering how could you win yourself some swag, some of all these good merchandises out there, here is how.
It's literally all you gotta do. It's very simple as well. For anyone who just joined in the stream as well, thank you so much, by the way, for joining. And for those who's been joining us from the very beginning of the stream, this is how you can win. All you gotta do is like and share our live stream video, which you can definitely find us on our 3 broadcast area, which is Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube here. And then comment down in the comment section below with an exclamation mark, notify with the hashtags, hashtag Sausage Man, hashtag Sausage Man Championship. You gotta get it right, guys, if you really want to win it. We already have 2 winners initially, which was Sean Go here, and of course Nicholas Can for the blue cap and the paper clips. More prizes to go to tell you guys later on, but these are the prizes, and that's how you're gonna win. The prize of few, we have Sausage Man T3 cushion. Looks absolutely thrilling and so comfortable. You wanna look cool, you gotta have that blue cap on at the same time. You got that paper clip there to get that nice sausage feel for your workplace, and of course, can't forget about the Razer Kishi for Android. What are the other prizes here, Contra?
Well, if you're going to be asking, of course, we got everything on your screen. More goods coming from Sausage Man, and of course, all the great stuff, of course, in courtesy of Razer Gold. And of course, Razer Gold as well as Razer provide us with the Hammerhead as well, so that you can basically listen into any sort of sausage footsteps to be lurking around. But I definitely want to try my hands on those fingers leave if I do get the chance, since I've been gaming a whole lot, and of course trying to go pro on Sausage Man. Someday maybe I will be able to play on the next one. Who knows, right? So yeah, we gotta start training now. But for you guys back at home, of course, this ain't for me, but it's all for you to claim. Once again, hit like, hit share on our live stream video, comment, exclamation, notify, hashtag Sausage Man. hashtag Sausage Man Championship. Yeah, we've already noted it all down for you, so I believe that's all about it. And we are going to get ready for our third match.
Yeah, it's been some crazy stuff coming in and some really great gameplay as well. Really thanks all so much to our sponsor Razer Gold here, who has been welcoming every one of us to a beautiful exclusive gaming deals here. Not just some grand prize for you guys to win, but also even outside of the tournament, they're also giving you some really great stuff, especially some unified virtual credits for gamers worldwide if you guys use that Razer Gold recharge on that Sausage Man to literally elevate some of that Sausage Man gaming experience. We don't only just have that as well. The more you spend on Razer Gold, you can also be a part of Razer Silver, the only loyalty rewards, by the way, program for gamers here. With every single US $1 here spent here, you get to earn 50 Razer Silver. And the more you add on means you get to redeem some really cool stuff out from Razer Gold here. If I had to give a clear example, it's probably some classic Razer gear, maybe it's a couple of games, and digital voucher to elevate more of your gaming experience. There's so much thing that Razer Gold has been providing here for us here at Contra. And what's even better, giving an opportunity for all these young talents and gamers to really elevate themselves into the esports world.
That's right. You know, we're going to be going into the halfway checkpoint of our final day here in the Sausage Man Singapore and Malaysia Grand Finals for the region. So, with that said, we've only got about, 4 maps of points to gather. And I guess that you can still total up to triple digits if you score pretty high on each respective round. And that's being hopeful, of course. But if you're Suhas Esports, everything is doable. And anybody currently on that first page here, all the way up to 7th, definitely stands a chance. But they definitely have to make haste because the chances don't come by every single time, and of course they have to be proactive in order to score. Then this is what I love about Sausage Man. We saw many outplays, we see the comebacks and the turnaround, and I guess this makes Sausage Man a really good, viable esports title out there, upcoming in the market. And of course, those of you guys who have not tried the game yet, you can play it casually too. You can download it on Google Play or the Apple App Store. So make sure you go ahead and check that out. It's absolutely for free. Don't worry. And now, getting into the thick of things, we are going to be flying in the matter of minutes, Yoli. So far, things are looking pretty good for the teams that have been able to secure the King of the Party title. So, who do you think is next on that King of the Party list?
Oh, this is a really tough one as well. Although yes, it may sound a little bit biased. I'm not being biased, guys. I'm going by the facts and what we've been seeing so far here. But it seems like Suhas have been performing absolutely phenomenal, especially on the map of Battle Island. Although yes, yesterday we did have a little bit of the mishap on both Rainbow Island and Battle Island at the same time on the 4th and 5th round from yesterday's games here. But it looks like they really, like I said before, they really want to tie the knot here and just literally tell everyone saying that we are really gunning for that top spot. We really want to maintain it for as many rounds as much as possible, and it looks like they're doing just that. However, RS Raptors, they're not too far behind with 20-point differential. I wouldn't be surprised if RS Raptors suddenly comes in to quickly sweep the copper right out underneath this Sausage's feet here and start making them roll down the hill. But it really depends on whether Suhas is going to be overconfident in this next game or not.
Yeah, and I guess that for the current record, Suhas definitely holds the highest amount of elimination points. So you will expect them to continue on with some of these streaks. But we've seen from yesterday, Quarter is a team that likes to challenge all these top dogs, especially hot dropping their way into the town just to give them a little bit of a shocking surprise. So I guess there is that we will try to see whether or not will Quarter plot another attack. Now let's head over to Disguise as we fly right into the Battle Island.
Woo! Party boss, ladies and gentlemen, is currently flying across Battle Island once again. Where literally the island where it all began with all your all your sausage fantasies and battle royale styles here. Of course, the flight path, although it's not the most ideal one, Contra, but it's actually, let's be honest, it's actually mirroring from the flight path that we saw yesterday on the very first game.
Indeed, and I guess that this gives a little bit more familiarity for teams who have been able to deal with it for multiple times. And most often than not, when we see a flight like this, you would expect it to be somewhere around the west end of the central area. So that has been the trend for the past day of the first run of the Grand Finals. Now, I believe in the change of scenario. So I want to see new spots being popped up in the map, but we will keep an eye out in moments to come. For the current record, we're looking at Crab slowly moving into the nature manure, while there's going to be a little bit of contest on top of the battleship.
Yeah. And it looks like even coming from the side from some of the team from RS Megas, not too surprised to see them trying to land a cargo deck there at all. It's definitely a very similar spot. Kuda, on the other hand, they do love to really juggle between that area, between Tree Kingdom Academy and even Swimming Side here, Swimming Town here. Quarter, on the other hand, as usual, the first to find conflict, does spot out Zimpo here.
What?
But no, I think he's actually
He's not even
actually tackling his mom, and that's gonna be an easy knockdown here for the side of a Quarter Execute.
Mom, I'm busy. I'm playing in the tournament. Not now, Mom. Not now. No.
It's like a typical mom thing, right? Where your mom calls for help and you just tell your mom, you can't pause online game, Mom.
Yeah. But anyways, there's still the respawn that they could possibly pick up. But
they need to pick
some
up
of
the
the
coin
players
first,
from Clutch Empire, they're not really having the best weaponry to contest in the circus. And I guess there's going to be a little bit of acrobatics being shown. Instead, it's just a little bit of a glide as Sakupo gets hunted down. Zagyu gets tagged, and Keopo absolutely angry and fuming about the trade earlier. So it's an eye for an eye. Clutch Empire coming back with what?
Definitely for sure the unfair trade that they didn't like that for sure to get it nice and done here. Jackpot really got a nice high ground, but the headshot comes in through here for the beautiful trade though. Though they do have the vantage point and a little bit of the cover here. They can try to go for the rewind, but Archoi not giving them the opportunity as he dashes in with the P90 to make quick work on Keo Pole here. And all that's left is dear friend Sakipo from Clutch Empire. Maybe if you could live up to the name here and literally make the Empire proud, you can try to clutch it out. And there's 1v3. It seems it may sound difficult, but it can be doable if Sakupo plays his card right. Shadow goes in. He constantly double flipping, literally giving him a 10 out of 10 acrobatic scoreline as he gets a bit of a headshot spray to seal the deal here on Clutch Empire here.
Yeah, Shadow lighting the final blow, and this is all 4 points being acquired by Quarter once again. And we expected them to go in with some early infiltration. And they have a success rate of 90% at the moment. Very impressive record when you go into contests in uncharted territories, and I guess they're just hit hunters out there. Or chorizo hunters, Frankfurter hunters, Lapchung hunters. How many more words of sausages can you actually come up with other than that?
I'm gonna be honest, I only know 3, and that's like Lapchung, Bratwurst, corn dog.
Well,
no,
I know one in Malay.
That's not the name of the dog at all.
I do know it in Malay. It's called sausage.
If we're going like that, then we could bring up something else like Dashins, right? He's a hot dog, right? It's literally a long dog.
True. We've got the Condor Talks as well. Anyways, look at the mini-map. There's a lot of teams now heading into the south side, and I guess majority of them are already in the first phase. Todak hanging by the corner of the waters, and we'll have some of the players who might slowly move into the swimming stadium. EVOS Esports so far being exactly safe in the central city. They don't really have to make too many drastic measures for the time being. Meanwhile, RS having a little bit of 2-2 split going on all the way down to the southeastern corner. 4 is going to be pretty close by. So we might see a little bit of King Arthur taking on the rest of them if they do find an Excalibur in their castle. So let's see if that's going to happen. 4 it's just going to be sitting at the throne for now.
Casually coming to the line. And especially for a map size like this on the Battle Island, we really sort of expected like we're gonna be seeing like a lot more of a longer play style here compared to the side here on Rainbow Island. Especially see how relatively large the map is and where vehicle is of course the utmost important for this team as they want to traverse the land, getting from one settlement to another here. And just not with the initial flight path, which is not ideal for anyone at all. But with this current circle here, majority of the team is, I guess you could say, is well assured for the fact that okay, we can chill in this area for at least two phases. For the fact that even if the circle does not go our way, it's going to still be relatively close by here. So some of the things doesn't really have to worry too much in terms of transportation. But the rest, on the other hand, like for example, Team Quarter, who's literally, my God, literally on the northern eastern side here at the edge of the map, they definitely will be able to get 1 or 2 vehicles, but they definitely have to make quick on their feet because not much settlements are going to be available for them for the taking unless they have to literally brazenly brave their way through and secure those sites for themselves.
Yeah, and I guess that it definitely takes a little while, and for the moment, Arsenal is the place to be for Kuda. You know, this is where you build infantries and all that, and these are battle horses, right? So you gotta ensure that all the horseshoes are all polished up so that they can easily move all the way in. Well, that's actually a cow. I'm sorry.
Honestly, it sounds. I thought it was a horse for a second there, but okay, cow. I thought cow goes moo. I didn't know they go brrr. No.
I don't know. Oh yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah, it's definitely been some days. I don't imitate animals that well. You know, yesterday we had that conversation about savages. Did he just step on the shard? Okay.
I think
it scared me for a
threw it
little.
off.
All right. No, like, you don't simply litter in the middle of the field, gentlemen. Just a reminder, everybody should be staying indoors and enjoy some sausage man while you're at it. So, as we proceed, we have Naughty City here occupied by Evie of Triple B, and we're going to be seeing a little bit of a standoff later on, but Evie, she's not going to worry all too much. Gonna pop a drink, getting a little thirsty. You know, if you do submerge sausages in water, especially boiling water, it'll increase in size. You know?
Really?
Yeah, because you're cooking them, so they expand. I know it's lame. It's lame.
No, it's not lame. It's not lame at all. I just never noticed this really small detail because like when I'm grilling dogs, I'm just making it look like whether the char looks great, you know. For me, I never like look at that sort of big of space. By the way, let's keep the cooking lessons for tone down a little bit for a second there because there's a little bit of a hot action going head to head here with Triple B here and RS Jambu.
Alright, Neko now trying to take it all out, going in with the Scar-L, and one of them is already down on the ground, and RS Jambu definitely feeling the heat, and Tapper goes up with the ghillie suit, and it's so easy to spot him out. Immediately getting blasted. Neko. He's all alone in the rooftop, he's just gonna be hanging by, and I think that he's not gonna take that ghillie suit. Whoa! Electrifying, that's what it is. Yeah, having some AMP blasters going on, and he's gonna be able to dodge it all the way, moving quickly back to where he was from. Now, he's building where Evie's gonna contribute as well, throwing it in. The Gatlin's not gonna work too well for the opposing side. Well, Evie survives to tell the tale.
very mobile bugger. But anyway, the RPG will seal their fate here as RS Jumbo will fall here into the hands of Team Triple B. You know, for a second there on the rooftop I thought there was a little bit of hesitation coming in from Neko because of the fact that he couldn't really differentiate whether that bush was an enemy or not. Like, there was that moment of hesitation where he backed up and it's like, is that bush friendly or not? Is that supposed to be normal here? Got a little bit confused. I got shocked for a second at that point of hesitation, but he still managed to duke it out. Very mobile guy, but eventually he fell to the hands of Triple B members here. And the RPG, what a way! I guess you could say it was a very explosive ending here for RS Jumbo. Sadly, they're not going to be able to increase their ranking. But it looks like Triple B getting 4 elimination points here and even a quick revive here and fresh new resources for the taking.
Here we go. Points in. And Ken back here to join us to party once again in Battle City. Oh, this vehicle is perfectly parked. And I guess that no one's going to claim it but Evie. So she's just gonna be enjoying the whole city to herself. Sorry, left, right, just having a lot of fun. Evie definitely clutching in some of all these moments. Now rocking that level 4 helmet, although it's a little damaged, but of course it does the trick.
Oh, so much abundance of loot here. Although yes, the zone is slowly going to be pressuring them for the second there, but it is the first phase, so it's not going to hurt that much though. But they don't want to stay in there for too long. They do want to try to get some really decent or strategic defensive grounds here. Also, FS Esports, if I'm not mistaken, did they attack for somewhere? Yeah, they are getting attacked for somewhere. Looks like it's gonna be coming from the hands here of Team Toda as they are putting in the hurt. Sadly, no knocks here, however. But while we're waiting for the fights to come down, guys, look at the bottom corner here as we have 100 color key codes that's going to be given out throughout this entire game here. So don't forget to check out for this code, pick it up, sign them up in the Sausage Man game to get yourself some nice colorful keys.
That's right, and now that we are midway through our battle, we've got another 3 rounds to go after this, and of course we'll be letting some of the players have a little bit of a dinner as well as a prayer break after match 3. So they gotta at least hold on to a certain momentum for teams that have already gotten themselves in a good shape. Now in the harbor here, it seemed like FS is not getting all too much of action going on. FS Esports definitely promising, as they've shown us some good results back in day 1 of the grand finals. M4 in hand, and Ampao just making his rounds, and it's still taking some time. It's still Circle 2, so there's no point of forcing some attack for no obvious reason. And so long as they are by the harbor, they know that there's not going to be any sort of pressure coming in from the sea.
Checking it out, finding the right amount of timing as well. They did get FS Esports did get tagged as well, so I wouldn't blame them for buying them time here. But a decent, nice harbor for themselves, Deer Harbor, able to restart themselves, getting a nice comfort or at least some form of safety here, because as the phases gets a lot more closer towards the center here, there's not much grounds, and most of the time, let's be honest, even FS Esports has to admit for the fact that there's a lot of amazing fraggers in this game here, and not just fraggers, even a great usage of the utilities as well. They cannot afford to underestimate any of this team, especially the top 5 right now. So I can't really blame that. I wouldn't say they're chickening out here, but they're finding the right opportunity to really get the drop in and try to find the line. We've seen the line for RS Jumbo, and even some of the other team, it can be safe for the rest as well. And still like Sean was able to find the UFO, and it's going to be in the hand of Nazmi. No connection though, a couple of tags, but not really enough to down the UFO here, or at least force the durability down quite low here. So not much going to be happening, but the only thing Sham is doing is just pretty much revealing himself for the fact that he's actually in this area.
That's right. Got the long-range scopes. Sham, one of the sharpest snipers out there. Of course, known as Dragon Killers as well. Jinboy trying to line the shot, but this is not going to be all too easy for him to do on the SKS. but he's just gonna try. I think that's a couple attacks successfully landed. Oh, whoa! He did get the knock. Jinboy pulling them down, and I guess he's making it rain. Todak got the UFO, and they're going for it in vain.
Oh man, the UFO
Wow,
comes
that's
in.
a lot of meters away. I just realized. And here comes Suaz as well.
Oh my god. Crashing into it with not even a full four-man squad. There's only two of them though, but they are trying to fly from the other side. A battle of two fronts here. Contra definitely most ideal for surprising the enemy here. But RS Junior, they're not facing this at all. Marcelli, a quick tag coming over the other side. Jabba was able to find Zero here. The hero from previously from the last round. Sally is knocked down. Hopefully his teammate will be able to pick him up in time. But they're gonna be careful as Toda is coming in for the third party here to try to put in a couple of things and dance for both of this team to find the right opportunity. Jin Point managed to hover and literally landing on top of the rooftop as he wanted to try to get a couple of tags. Jabba was able to find Ronnie, gets him knocked down. Alice still trying to sustain with the P90. It is a CQC situation. OG making a really strategic call as he goes for a strategic retreat here. And Sham and RS Jr. able to hold their ground. Jin Boy still on top of the rooftops here, trying to go for a couple of big fights. OG trying to look for that headshot, but it's not really coming in here. It looks like the fight once again has been reset. Not for too long! As a quick flank on Sham with the wormhole grenade to get in from the back line. Not only did they get the quick drop on Jin Boy, but they also was able to obtain a fresh new UFO for the team.
Kodak still pressure on the attack, and RS falling flat. Suaz is also backing down, but there is only one member left. Now they're going to be rotating all about MIB. Oh my lord, he does get that takedown just by the corner. Such swiftness coming out of Todak. This is the Todak we've all known and loved. Though they did struggle yesterday, today is their time to shine. But look what we have here. It's Quarter moving in to secure some supplies by the water, and after that they might just challenge Todak. And speaking of a challenge, Zarif needing a little bit of help. Nasby easily go in for the pickup though, so just gonna give it a little bit of support while bullets are flying in the way. Quarter tries to threaten this UFO, and I guess that they're just dialing in for support.
They're really hunting him down from multiple angles, not only on the ground but in the air as well. Looks like Sham realized for the fact that okay, he's running out of rainbow fuel, decides to abandon the UFO and try to take this fight head on the ground. It might seem a little bit foolhardy, but then again he surprises them with the jetpack, but that barely lasts him long enough. He tries to hold on by himself, but Sally, he is only one man, and he will instantly get cleanly picked up by Team Quarter. But I guess you could say it's really thanks to Sham for the fact that Toda is able to do a quick regrouping, resetting as well for themselves before taking the fight, potentially head on against Quarter here. Because I believe even Quarter, as they were flying about, they did spot some members and some vehicles here in that vicinity. So they know for a fact that they will try to do a quick checking. But let's see what's happening on the other side of the map between FS Esports here and RS Megas.
Yeah, and RS Mega, they're not only up to all too much, but they're just basically sharing a city just by the harbor. And their harbor, definitely a perfect retirement home. So long as the tides remain to be low, I'll still just, be worried. For the other side of the party, we have Shadow here, getting shots, being traded out. Now, they just want to book it out. This is not the place to be. Todak, they were the ones who were the aggressors storming the building early on. Now, Quarter is hoping to find an opening, but they didn't know. This is an area that have been challenged by the likes of Maddie and the Swordfishes. Definitely in the zone. Just trying to push them all across. A lot of 360 spins, but it's not resulting all too much. Some of them up in the air with the Dragoness Wall. And Quarter, they're fighting from all fronts. And this is where they break the pain. 1-for-1. Nasby will be able to bring one member down from the side of Quarter.
No way!
One MIB now gets picked off.
You never saw it coming. Oh. Did the fight clearly the pursuers on Zarif, second floor. Great knockdown, by the way, coming from the side of Team Core. I guess you could say it more like because of the heat of the action. Sort of forget for the fact that they can actually get flanked for not only for the top floor, but even for the second one. All this mobility, this vantage positioning as well. They gotta keep reminding themselves that all this can happen in Sausage Man. But Zarif will hunt down the last remaining member of Team Tona here, and the Swordfish finally gets hooked out, hanging dry, as Corner will take that nice pot shot for themselves.
Truth coming in with a little tap, and the same goes to Satan. Just gonna clear up some of the area if they could possibly get it from long range, but with those walls, it's not gonna be all too easy, as we see a little bit of a cannon shots going around the side of Kuda. The rest of RS, they're pushing right through. They find that opening with the AUG in hand.
God.
SM, sharp as ever. And I guess it's SM like to stand for Sausage Machine, or Sausage Man in general. So Papa, getting a little bit of his HP chunked out. Well, he's going to be flying up in the air just to reposition. He's going to be bailing out to let Kuda fight off, and well, they do have the ropes that will be able to actually trade up. Oh, that's a big blast! And with the M249, SM secures another one.
Quick cleanup coming in. They did have one loss. They did lose one of the members, but it's definitely a price they're willing to pay if they are able to annihilate the rest of the squad and get the rest of the compound here. Kuda on the other side, still challenging in the building. Satan still knocked out for the count here. There's still one of the members though. Beautiful timing with the wormhole grenade to get a nice elevation point to find the truth. And Sally he does, and he figures out that RS Raptor will secure this compound for themselves, but let's see for how long, because Triple B, they hear the commotion, the blood is in the waters, and the sharks are coming in. They are one member short, and Camper, he's doing a nice flanking maneuver. He's going to be running head to head with Jawa as well. Jawa's going to be really careful at the same time. Espada and Reveal playing around the water. He's actually if I think about it as well, he's actually a diversion to see whether the team is able to get a couple of flanks, or let's try to reveal as many locations of all these players on the side here of Triple B. And looks like they did, but then again, for the same time, SM and Bell still stuck in a position where they don't have the vehicles to get them out in time. They do hit the buggy, but they still have to be really careful about this.
BBB having a interesting way to take position, and Bell, I guess Bell's just gonna try to heal up. Now gonna be on the corner of the house. Evie, she's gonna be the first runner into the compound. She floats right in, got the Scarl in hand. And interesting enough, look at where the circle is at. That mid-entrepreneur, E-Boss, Esports. It's just a wrap, and Alpix gets picked up Finkel. Oh my. Evie, you cannot do that. That's not supposed to happen. And Evil's Esports, they're not going to be happy about that. Maybe there will be a refact going on, but Captain Alpix is just going to be stoking for the moment, and Bell holding on, and I think that's a little bit of overkill. Good enough for BBB. They got a total of 11 points in this round.
Woo! Talk about a little bit closer comfort, but Triple B still gets it. Although yes, RS Raptors are still in the game, but they're still But the thing is, they are losing members left and right. But the thing is, that's the beauty about it, right? We don't look to guys. Seriously, don't count them out of the game just yet. Even Suhas with 2 members, they were still able to steal the game away. And with RS Raptors capability, and of course they know what's at stake as well. If they're aiming for that first rank, they definitely will try to find a way to pull them back into the game. And they also have decent amount of elimination points as well. Now all they have to do is just get a little bit more, and maybe a couple of good placing points, and they can actually try to steal the spot away. But we'll just have to see, especially with the current placement of the circle, decent amount of houses for a good amount of cover. I think it's really not too bad. But let's be honest, if it gets to that 6-phase circle here, it really comes down to who's going to be forced out of those compounds here. Well, looks like SM diverting himself away from the circle. And I don't really blame him. There's not much compounds. A lot of teams will try to practice it as well, and they don't have the numbers to take those fight heads on. They'll decide to play a little bit more. They will try to plan to play a lot more around the edges here and be the last to enter the circle.
Couple all the pot shots being fired out from the side of RS Mega, and they have to pop the smokes right here, right now, in order to play it out against both of the other teams. We have Quarter also charging across, and they're moving in the Flying Dragon. So Danny, now that he opens up with car, he is already getting tagged from the top of the skies. And you see Quarter just rotating about with them on the Jeep, but the Dragon coming pretty close. What can Danny do? There's no point proning in between. Just go ahead and dash for it. Back on the vehicles already. This Shadow and the rest of Quarter is going to be on the outskirts, trying to sweep all across in order to secure more points.
Oh. A couple of skirmishes, and this is where the fight gets a lot more dicey as well. As team is trying to prioritize how much of what's the right course of action. There will be teams getting those compounds, but at the same time there will be teams that will try to eliminate the surrounding area to at least dominate and secure for the sector. That area is only theirs and for them for the taking as well here. A couple of contention, especially for EVOS here, as they're currently being gatekept by FS Esports. They managed to find a beautiful headshot, by the way, and falls up on Darwin. How did that happen? Instantly, two members who was trying to get from one tree to another. How did
and
that
they're
happen,
pretty much pinned down. Well, we saw what happened. He was on the shark. It was so obvious. And FS, it was an easy shark bait in first. Ash now all alone.
Oh,
shark baits are not supposed to work like that, but, well, I'll take it. But I wait for Loon will be punished as well. Ash on the attack, trying to clutch this out. We've seen some great plays before. Ambo the next one to move right in. And it's Ash taking on one more before bowing out.
A lot, sadly, for losing one of the members here, there's no respawn station as well, so not going to be able to get that revive off. But really good defensive attempt coming from Ash. Definitely planning that if he's going down, he's definitely going to be taking one down with him to get that point score for himself. So placing point as well is not too bad either way, since there's only like 6 teams remaining into the game here. But Triple B EV gets spotted up by not just one team, but 2 at the same time. There's not really, although yes, they do have some form of cover with this slope of a downhill here, but they don't want to stay there for too long. The next circle is slowly approaching and coming in here at the same time. Those are Triple B. They want to get some form of control in this one, relatively compound. They do have the numbers. And Shadow, he's all alone. They're still eggy on the other side to try to go for the flank. But how long can Shadow hold his ground here, especially for 4 teams who's literally not, or sadly, they were trying to flank for the second floor, but that didn't really pan out as well. They were trying to hope for it.
BB currently having some pretty good frags going on. The rest of BBB now being alerted of the existence of RS squads on the other side. Spots a Mega outskirts, and G-Girl trying to hop off, and that's where a lot of bullets will fly up in here. And I don't know what to make of this. Big party up in the middle, and the barriers are being popped. Carl having a little perfect of a defense mechanism as they try to hold on and try to resuscitate members who are low on health.
Still. Now it gets a lot more. I guess you can see right now the circle and the compound is getting a lot more tighter than usual. RS Megas, they're definitely loving their spot, not getting much contention. But the other side, for Roar, definitely. Although yes, they are trying to be as good. They want to be as good of a neighbor as much as possible. But they get a couple of tags. And also the Gallon Gun is cutting them down through the doors from the back line. They never expected this at all. But now they're gonna be a lot more worried about this as well. Gotta be playing a lot more careful. Jigo on the second floor. I think they definitely can spot the left leg though. But sadly, Cora's gonna be paying the price for it for forgetting that there's still someone behind on their flanks. gets knocked down, but still able to go for the revives. But there's still more utilities being and resources being wasted to actually keep them up in tip-top shape. Look at Xeno right now. Although yes, he could be playing safe with the rest of the team, but he wants to give the information on what's going on the flank side. But look at the amount of action coming in. Looks like 4-0. They want to get some form of control. They dive into the nest here of the triple Bs here. But you know what the saying: stir the hornet's nest, and the bee are gonna be stung by the bees. As triple B will hold their ground here, and 4-0 with that initial engagement will lose one of their members.
That's right, and members inside of RS Mega just going into the outskirts here, trying to find those numbers. They've only got 2. Maybe they're just trying to find the best position to play, and they don't really want to be in the middle of the pack, and that's going to be a big meat grinder here, and they don't want to get themselves cut for the moment. Top 6, and we are having members of RS trying to get some of all these pickoffs here. Killer! Well, he drops to Dekmont, and he's going to be down on the ground. FS Esports, this is a time to strike yet again, but they are pretty much far apart. Amba might not be able to actually help Dekmont back up unless they will have that mini sausage to crawl right by. Well, he could actually go full set in. Elbow gets deleted as well. Great spray of the mini M16. And he's just going for a double Joseph to pick things out. Now there's only a few more left. But look at Ekix, he's still surviving from the back. BBB, as they are in the same vicinity, they're not going to press on the issue on the other side. But Niel is starting to move up in the air. So this might just be the beginning. The rest of BBB, everyone goes up to the roof. And they have already seen some movement coming in from Killa.
Couple of tags. He does have the high ground. He was having a little bit of hesitation whether he want to take that wormhole, but then again, plays a little bit more safe, drops down for a form of cover, get a little bit more information before proceeding. Killer gets a couple of tags, but sadly the dings were in enough to get the knockdown. Although yes, it wasn't really a knock he was trying to go as he was trying to hope for, but he will still allow them to force out some more resources, more utilities, and that's exactly what they go for, especially since the 8th circle is going to be right out in the open, out of the compound. He needs to lower them in just enough to really clean up the rest of the squad. It looks like Iggy right out in the open, getting ready to go for the surprise. I don't think he has been really revealed yet, and nor does Killer actually spot him either, since he's actually based at the bottom of the hill. He's still checking the surroundings just in case. The zone is forcing all of them out into the open. Contra is gonna be a bloodbath, and a lot of them is gonna fall.
Oh yeah, look at that, 17 points on BBB. Absolutely ridiculous, but it's Killer all the way up in the air as he aligned those sprays.
Oh, no.
Instead, getting shut down from the back, and that's one more bonus on Eggies. Warner revealed himself, so he has to be punished. This is that huge win, well deserved by BBB. Look at the points on Carl. 8 elimination points, 3 more for Evie, 6 for Capper, and 4 for Niel as they close off this round. 21 points on top of the 15-pointer for the King of the Party title. This is a huge win, and BBB is looking out for Suhas.
Unbelievable plays coming for the rest of the team as well. BBB really stepped up to really rack up towards the top spot as well. And same for 4-0, as they really want to try to maintain themselves in the top 4 spot. Quarter really pulling up the wins, finally getting that top 3. But that's going to be it here for the scoreboard. We're going to be taking a quick look at the highlights before we check out on that leaderboard after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, this is the Sausage Man CE Championship. All, of course, brought to you by our dear producers and, of course, everyone behind Sausage Man themselves. But, of course, a special shout out to our dear sponsors, Razer Gold, as they are, of course, giving us all the support. And Razer Gold welcomes you to a world of exclusive gaming deals as the unified virtual credits for gamers worldwide. You can make Razer Gold to recharge. Oh no, you can use Razer Gold to recharge on Sausage Man for an even better gaming experience. On top of that, you can earn Razer Silver so that you can redeem Razer Gears games as well as the digital vouchers. So of course, now we announce our dear winner that have been able to get themselves that Sausage Man T3 cushion. Brash Gaming, this one's for you. Congratulations. Of course, make sure you head over to Sausage Man Facebook page, PM them and tell them you're the winner and you can claim your gift. And once more, everybody's a winner here. So you got to, of course, keep an eye out and claim some of the codes when you're in some of the matches. But these are the other processes if you could like and share our live stream video. So all you have to do is very simple. So today, we've already got paperclip winners. We got T3 Cushion, Blue Cap. Now, what's still left? Razer Kishi for Android, Razer Hammer True Flawless Pro, Razer Gaming Finger Sleeve, $5 Razer Gold vouchers. And it's very simple, guys. Head over to Sausage Man's official platform. And of course, wherever you're watching live, you can type exclamation notify, hashtag Sausage Man, hashtag Sausage Man Championship, and tell us why you won this gift. And of course, Yoli, if you get pick one, what would you take?
If I had to pick one, man, it's gotta be the cushion, man. It has to be the cushion. It's comfortable. You can use it whenever. You can hug it while you're gaming.
I thought you were
really,
gonna get the
really, I'm
Hammerhead.
really jealous of what bracket was for the winner for that one. Really.
Well, as we are having our leaderboard here being shown to us, that's 150 points for Suas Esports. RS Raptor coming up huge in the previous round, and RS Mega now making it into the top 3 with 107 points. Evils Esports honestly didn't get too much points, but they're still around that top 4 radius. But 4R is chasing in 93 points out there, and Quarter steadily climbs upwards, now finishing on its 6th place spot. Can they make it to the 100 mark? We'll have to wait and see. BBB down with 72 points. Meanwhile, FS Esports now make a splash into our first page of Europe with 66 points.
Really great stuff coming in for the first half of our top 8 here. But let's quickly check what's going on in our second half here, Contra. With our 9 ranking here, we have Kuda Gaming, who literally finally elevated themselves up high a little bit with a total of 66 points here. RS Jumbo, sadly, with every team stepping up, they are finally back to their initial placing with the 10th placing here with 63 points. RS Junior at 62. Clutch Empire in 12 with 44 points. Toda in 13, although yes, it did increase from 14 ranking two leaderboards before this, but they're still maintaining the 13th spot with 37 points. Geek Fat Masters with 29, and Zio Intelligent and Santa Gaming, our bottom 2 teams here with 18 and 17 points respectively. It's unfortunate that Santa Gaming couldn't get even a single additional points for the past 3 maps so far, but it is what it is, as this is a competitive tournament among the top 16.
That's right, and this is the Sausage Man CE Championship that you're watching for the SGMY region, and by the end of tonight's run, we'll crown the top 4 teams, and they will head to the cross-country battle, and the champion will walk away with 1,500 USD richer, and there's a lot more prize pool in store for them later on. For now, we're going to take a little bit of a short break, and after 30 minutes or so, we'll come back for our other matches here. We got 3 more, so make sure you stick around, and we'll see you after that. And welcome back once again to Sausagemen C Championship. My name is Contra, and alongside with me is Yoli, taking you through this flight as we are heading into our fourth battle of the evening. And there's only 3 games in total, including this one here, to crown our first ever NYSG champions of the region. And only 4 teams will make their way into the Sausagemen C Championship bout from the region of SGMY. As we proceed with this flight, we saw it coming in down from the northwest all the way down to the southeastern side, so that is ample space for players to occupy in the Rainbow Island.
Yeah, and we can see a lot of teams, especially although yes, the flyby seems somewhat ideal for some of the teams here, but there are still some teams trying to drop at a relatively similar spots. And for example, it's going to be here coming from the side of Team RS. Pirate Roomba trying to see go head-to-head with our previous winner here. It's going to be Triple B. As they go head on, there's a couple of attacks ready to connect as well. Not sure whether Carl was able to get a gun in time, but before he could even evade away, a nice headshot from the back with the SMG will have Willie, the one with the final say. Drops down, eliminated away from the game. No revive is going to be coming in time from Triple B's teammates here, but I'm definitely trying to look in for the win. And of course, just from the current leaderboard, like what you were mentioning earlier, Contra, is definitely quite the tug of war with a string of sausages here. But sadly, only the winner will be walking away with that pulled pork.
Yeah, BBB got themselves one of the juiciest wins that they've ever gotten. And, you know, they definitely know how to party, and you can party on with that 100 colorful keys given to you. Just go ahead, screenshot it if you will, and you could just claim all of your colorful keys so you could just open up some of all these great lines. And here goes Neko, having so little health left. Camper having a perfect area of play just by the edges, but he's not going to hold on for long. Jumping downwards, and Camper already getting those damage down, but Carl is already off of the field for now. Niel's going to be joining alongside with Carl for the moment. They won't collect all the coins, but Niel is still salvageable for the moment. And HY4 gets fragged over. Evie now getting chased over by Millwall. Well, Evie! She clutches with so little HP left. My goodness, she is just a sausage goddess.
Oh, really playing with fire there. Both teams suffering losses here, and it looks like they are still. And one of them is still trying to try to seal the deal here. Neil has no choice to abandon. Will have to be abandoned here, and I won't blame Triple B that much either way, because this is currently the 4th map here for the day. Where 2 maps were literally, including this one, 3 maps away before the end of today. Here, it looks like Sino was still able to find a beautiful kill behind the rocks. There's still one more below there, but you know what? They say they're gonna be leaving the best for last. And he was trying to bait out the rest of his teammates to try to go for the pickups here. They sort of reveal himself at the same time, but Sino said, you know what, you lasted long enough, pick up for the 2K for the team tier. And now let's see how well the rest of the team is going to continue to go by, especially since Geek Fam currently has lost 2 of their members.
Yeah, and I would find it funny how long Geek Fam managed to juke that one out. Geek Fam anxious. Not really getting into the groove of things, and it's already on the 2nd day of the grand finals. I guess that they just need to find that synergy. They still have a few games to go, so for the moment, 15 teams still intact. Danny and Co so far getting a few numbers out there. RS Mega feeling pretty happy, while we are having the circle appearing all the way over on the eastern part of the map. There is still chances for it to go back to the central zone, somewhere down south as well, so shouldn't be too much of a hassle this time. EVOS Esports, they keep changing their drop spot, and you notice they're no longer playing directly in the middle, they're playing outskirts. The previous game when they were in Rainbow Island, I've noticed that they took the Octopus Island, and this time around, they're going all the way on that western edge. Not really getting anything going for the moment. But if they were to find ways to take on Pfizer Kuda, I do believe they stand a solid chance. RS, however, is a risk down the south.
And everyone just trying to figure out how they really want to engage this as well, because from the initial flight path as well, everyone just thought like, okay, maybe the circle will be at least more towards the central part of the circle. I think this is the first time we have seen the circle actually shifting heavily towards the southern eastern side here, and that really threw off a lot of things off guard here. Woo! And that's of course courtesy of one of the few gimmicks in the game. That's gonna be from the cannon. My God.
That's right.
So cool.
And just look at him go. Pretty much having a perfect 10 out of 10 landing. Still got the cannon up here. So if they want to go ahead
play
for around, we'll be happy to join along.
It feels like a circus, right, Contra? Because like there's cannons and there's like bouncing balls and everything. A couple of circus performers here at the temple.
Well, I hope that doesn't really happen in real life. It's gonna be a little jarring to me to see things like that happen. But then again, you know, I don't mind some good circus entertainment, and to find maybe a little bit of solace or safety, you just go into the temple. So, yeah, I don't know how to mix the two together. But then again,
seriously, think of it. It's cool, right? Like you have a little bit of theatrics, and if something goes bad, then you can always pray for his safety and his health at the temple. You know, killing two pick up 2 shots.
Are you expecting a killer clown in the circus while you're going great?
I mean, hey, it is still in the picture, you know. Just say.
Well, if you say so. Anyways, a deck mod. It goes into the driver's seat. Will be the one in charge. Shotgun, he calls. Okay, nah, he's getting out. Just kidding. They're going on foot. Now back to I4. Just bouncing around, and well, masterful performance coming in. Charge cannon in hand for a high 4. While Zaku, he's hiding behind that tree. So members of the side of RS, Jambu, they don't really have a clue where Zaku is currently located. So if they were to land shots, it's going to bring the attention of Zaku. Nico, just walking around, high 4, floating over onto the compounds. Quarter, silently waiting, and they just want the perfect opportunity to strike. They spot out Nico, and I think that Zaku is just taking preemptive measure, and they will just follow through to just spy with their little sausage eyes. And as we proceed with this circle too, it seemed like Quarter, for the very first time ever, doesn't want to go in for heavy skirmishes. So it's something that's out of the ordinary.
It's and I can't really blame them as well as how relatively small the map is, and I think also sort of everyone did as they were trying to land down onto the island, they did have a quick scan of where exactly where potentially everyone actually went for the drop as well. So not too surprised to see the teams playing a little bit more prioritizing, or at least being a little bit more cautious than usual, since this is the fourth map like I mentioned earlier. High 4 from, I guess he got a nice vehicle upgrade from the rolling bouncing ball all the way to the UFO, but oh no! Adil getting sniped away in the head. I guess his choice for the slow descent down the hill really came back to bite him as he finally gets knocked out. And looks like Clutch Empire is coming in to seal the deal.
That's actually very impressive because he's using that mini force, and I believe that's a one tap. Now Jack was the next one to fall. No, they just got through the respawn. Goodness gracious. It seemed like they never really get so much rest. Clutch Empire literally have to pull off something that's related to their names right now. Saucepan in hand. Now they will have who's hoping to get flipped over the top, just giving a little bit of elevated shots, but KO Pole won't be crying for longer. I think that one will end the misery.
A couple of trades, pretty even for now as well for that 1-for-1. Although they did suffer a couple of losses here, and even FS Esports will still be able to pick up Adil in time. Then again, they're still stuck outside the zone. This is the second phase as well, so they had to be a little bit cautious as well. And Clutch Esports, they still have the high ground, but Dagball is just close enough to get that headshot on Zimpo, the exact hit he was trying to look for as well. And now they're coming in for the push. Sakipo tried to keep it in check at the sideline, but the shots are whiffing, and that's going to allow them to literally annihilate Clutch Empire away from the game here as one of the first team to be eliminated from the game as the 16th team.
Well, there's just no escape plans coming in, and I guess that was just about it for this side of Clutch Empire. 4 points back to back, and FS, they're just basically cutting through the outskirts as they slowly get back into the party zone. So Rainbow Island currently having a lot of players who's enjoying the sweet time. OG now onto the battleship, so it's definitely going to give them a little bit more leverage. And of course, special weapons, we did see the charge cannon being left available. And I wonder what would be the outcome between the fighters of Farah as well as potentially Suhas.
FS Esports, although they had a slight skirmish with Clutch Esports, they're still happy with the results for it, getting 4 elimination points. But they're still outside of the zone. Although, as much as they want to get into the zone, they did make quite a commotion alongside. But on the other hand, Team Quarter, they're definitely hearing a couple of mobilities here. They definitely heard the vehicle. Not sure where is it actually coming from. It's going to be coming from the hand here. Our RS Mega, and what an entrance as they come in with the Silly Dragon. What a way to literally alert them of their presence with a nice fireball to the side of the building. Todang, on the other hand, suffered a couple of attacks. I think they had a little bit of a skirmish with some of the members of Geek Fam Anxious here. But coming back to the current fight here, looks like two members instantly going to be gunned down here, but not really a decent amount of trade. It looks like Corner is still at 3 men still left to play. Silly Dragon is trying to keep them in check here. I think allow a 6 or more like a second level to go down for the campaign for the fire breathing ball to keep them back in the house. But Korra, they still have the man advantage. They still have the man at arms on the field, but there's still a little bit of a danger of the Silly Dragon. Oh no! The fireball barely misses Shadow and no connection coming in to get the knock. The fight still continues to press on here, but now let's see how would they do with this 2v2 situation.
Yeah, and RS, I guess that they're just gonna float by. They've already lost 2 members, so they don't want to have a full casualty run. They're going on the opposite end, though. Absolutely off course, but I believe that they want to get the revives done. So they're just looking for a respawn spot, perhaps. That's too far out there, though. So, I don't know. Unfortunately, the Silly Dragon will accompany them, take some damage. Apex now bursting up in the air. Gonna be repositioning, and once again, coming with some smart plays as they are putting members of RS on the gate cap area. But the rest of EVOS, they're still outskirts. You look at the outside, and I don't think that this is a smart move for the 2-2 split. Apex already being knocked down, and this is what I was just mentioning. So EVOS couldn't really fight back.
Unbelievable. Such a hard one as well, but looks like RS Jr. Jobot closing in for the kill. Nice personal kill though, but he's still able to at least get his team that quick assist. Also on the side, even Sean was able to find one of the EVOS members, Kim, with an RPG to the face, and he still continued to press on here. RS Juniors, they were able to find EVOS, gets him out of the game as well. They are 1 member lacking. I don't think they're going to be able to revive him either way, since they couldn't really pick up that his gold coin for his teammate. And on the other side, RS Raptor, very surprising to see them a lot more. I would say super passive, but definitely not as active as they're supposed to be, especially on this map in particular, Rainbow Island here.
Yeah, and you look at Sacred City to be a good fortress for some of the players of RS. While on the far east side, there is going to be Kuna Gaming, who's also on the same spotlight. So Kuna not really having the horsepower to run off from this area, but eventually they will have to do so, as you are looking at the circle moving all the way down on the southeast side. So a little bit of surprise dropping in, and somewhere towards the middle. I guess this is something that they can contest for now. Round 10, you see players getting more and more careful because they cannot afford to make mistakes.
Still, time after time here, the team that, although it's a little bit slow, but they have never failed to deliver. So I guess we're going to see a lot more action later on as the round continues to persist towards the late game here. Jin Boy, sadly, the ball can't enter the door. If it could be quite horrifying in the house as well. As Mom says, keep the ball outside of the house for the time being. But Jin Boy does spot ideal. Even say a deck mod. Couple of tags here with the AKM though. Not the right weapon for this situation, but he can still try to make it work. Tags, but not enough to go for the knock here, unfortunately. Dakmon is alerted to the presence of some of the total members on the left wing. But still, they are gonna try to prioritize and get it across this river here. There's no, by the way, there's no water boat or anything whatsoever here. So they have to try to get across with the hover gliders here, and as quickly as possible if they really want to keep Toda. But that didn't really come in plan, as Geek Fam Xiao will be the one to gun him down before the opportunity. I thought it was gonna be from FS Esports, but no. It looks like Xiao is gonna be returning the favor here, but that also means he has finally revealed his location. The rest of the member of FS Esports. Now with FS Esports across the river here, they are right now in a really nice defensive position to gatekeep them and deny them for any chances to cross that river. Especially there's no bridge. There is a bridge quite relatively close by, but they are going to keep themselves out of the open and into the lines of sight of FS Esports.
Yeah, and now you hear a little bit of pew pew going on. It's high trying to get people off with the charge cannon. Of course, trying to obliterate from all the long angles. BBB just stays on the bottom end of the boot camp, while Shadow having some bombardment going on. Sue has now having another one being knocked down as well. Have all the crosshair being pointed onto Eggsy. And Achoy now flying right in. Here comes the scissor attack! And Suhas, I don't think they're prepared for this. And immediately, two members drop all off flat. It's all down to OG right here, right now.
A little bit closer quarters here, but they still will take the fight head on. Team Quarter very satisfied. Although it's a little bit too close for comfort here, but they're still going to be fine with this. But look on the other side, RS Sham was able to get 2K, double kill with an RPG at the same time. Unbelievable! But the fight still continues to press on. Collect is a little bit nice and close with the fact that to make it work. SM a little bit too far behind. Although yes, he is trying to deny anyone who's trying to flank for the long side here. But look at how many buildings is relatively close to each other here. Sniping position may not be the call here, may not be the right call here, as members of 4R is getting gunned down as they keep getting flanked from left and right. Where is the enemy coming from? What a horrifying and terrifying situation these team members are facing as they're taking this fight head on in a CQC in a really tight corner.
And 4R, they managed to at least get one up in the air. They're trying to get out of the way. They don't really have that much time. You look at the bars dropping down. Bell's about to get knocked if they were to stay any longer, so it doesn't really matter. But they could possibly go in for a little bit more recovery. And there's no time to even go in to pick up the buddy, so it's just going to be collecting the coin, hoping to get those respawn up in a jiffy. So Circle 5, definitely a little bit of a hassle for them to get right by. Truth likes to roll around. Abao will not be able to pick him up, but he's gonna try. That's some high recall on Groza. I mean, it's a Groza. You don't spray up in the air with a 6x scope. But yeah, I guess
it was a good attempt.
Are you sure? Are you certain it was good?
I mean, oh, fine. I mean, I'll give an A for F for that kind of thing. It wasn't great. I mean, it could have gotten in knocks or anything, but I say, hey, it was a nice attempt, you know, trying to make it work. Honestly, if you get the kill from that would be like absolutely magnificent. Yeah, questionable, but epic.
I guess. So, Bell coming in alone. EVOS having two members being fielded out. Kuda holding on to the middle, but I don't think he's going to be able to defend for long, though. Seeing some hearts in the air, and Bell just waiting for the rest of the cavalry. Oh my goodness, another squad of RS is flying in, and this time around, Orange Jambu is launching an attack. And Darwin coming in to put those bullets through. High 4. He's going to be having a rough time, but he can fly off with the UFO while Jawa tries to juke them all off. Somehow, Jawa is just jumping around. He's not even trading back.
Oh my god. And they're still trying to look forward as well. Darwin is slowly pushing and encroaching upon his prey. But the thing is, he's not taking any aggressive push, especially with Atroy having a really nice high ground. But he only spotted one. Where's the other member? He's still checking this out. I think at the corner of the screen, he should have spotted Edgy. That's pretty much why you can see him a little bit tilting more towards the right side instead of the left side. Camper pushing forward, spots high 4, try to go for a pre-fight with the left side in case of any pre-picking coming from the side here, but looks like in the end he's still gonna get knocked down. High 4 still sustaining, Darwin pushing in, though only gonna be able to find a little bit of a dummy here to go for a quick re-equip here in inventory here. But an RPG out of nowhere, Coral! Where did you come from? Darwin never saw it coming here. Finally, Coral is going to be able to get this nice hefty loot for the team. Couple of nice upgrades as well in armory and inventory. And looks like Sean has finally revealed himself. He's a couple of attacks, but he has the cross in hand, and that's a beautiful CQC. But the round finally ends as it looks like Triple B secure top 1 again as king of the party here twice in a row.
Back-to-back win for BBB, and I believe they have secured themselves at top 4 of the standing after this massive performance. congratulations to them. EVOS makes it to top 2 with 4 frags of their own. And heading into the third place spot, we've got some RS members getting those 5 corners in. But we have even Sham and Co getting some big numbers out there, though they did crash out pretty early. So that is a match with a whole lot of hype. Though there was a little bit of a snooze coming in the early game, but of course the ending was relatively epic. And that was a huge blast coming from Carl with all of the rocket launchers coming in. Let's have a look at the highlights and we'll be right back. And once again, welcome back to the Sausage Man C Championship. My name's Contra, and Yolo Lee is here together with me as your casters for the entirety of the evening. And, you know, we've already wrapped up the total of 4 rounds here in day 2 of the grand finals. That means there's only 2 more games to go as we try to get ourselves ready for the finale. It's going to be the penultimate round, but before we even get to that, of course, huge shout out to Razor Gold before we, of course, start the show, because they've been absolutely awesome. And let's have a look at the leaderboard, shall we? Suhas Esports somehow didn't manage to stash that much points. I think it was only an addition of 2 points as compared to another round. RS Raptor currently maintaining their form with 139 points, 121 now for EVOS Esports as they finish on a top 2 ratio, I do believe. RS Mega now 110 and 99 points coming in for a quarter as they continue to proceed forward. It's definitely a close battle for that 4th placement. BBB as well with some huge numbers out there with 97 points, 95 for Team Fora, and RS Jambu will make it into the top 10 with 78 points, all the way up to 7. Yolo Lee, like, we probably will see a little bit of shift heading to the next game.
Definitely for sure, but also before we talk a little bit more about that, let's currently check out the second half of the leaderboard here for our bottom 8 here. So starting back in the 9th rank here, it's gonna be FS Esports with 77 points here. Kudo Gaming, they came quite far, but they are back to 10 rank again with 74 points here. RS Junior not following them in suit with the 73 points, 1 point differential. 12th place is gonna be Clutch Empire with 45. Tordox still the same for 3 maps in the row here with the 13th place of 39 points. GigFam Answers with 32. Xeon Intelligent and Santa Game is going to be our bottom 2 teams here with 19 points and 70 points respectively. Santa Game still couldn't find that breeder, but at least Xeon Intelligent managed to get that 1 point to really get to rank themselves up a little more higher here. But you know, seriously, I couldn't feel more happy for Team Triple B here and even Team Quarter, because they really climbed up. They really had a raw start from day number 1 here. They finally climbed all the way to the top 8. Feels absolutely great. But what's even more greater feeling is for our friend here, Star Gaming, for winning and walking away with that Sausage Man paper clip. Star Gaming, congrats on walking away with such an exclusive prize for yourselves here. Really great stuff coming up.
That's right. You could basically use this for, you know, your usual paperwork, your assignments and stuff. And
a lot of things,
you know
actually.
what? We're going to have a lot more stuff to be given away. You could definitely contact members of the admins that are on the Facebook page of Sausage Man. So you just have to drop them a message if you win any of the prize that you are seeing currently on your screen. Now, we haven't given away the Razor Kishi, the Razor Hammerhead, as well as the Finger Sleeve just about yet. I do believe all the good Razor stuff are coming by shortly. And all you have to do, like and share our live stream and comment exclamation notify #SausageMan, #SausageMan Championship. And that is all you need to get your hands on some of all the prizes that we have in store for you.
It looks absolutely amazing, and literally all of this is thanks to our amazing sponsor Razor Gold here for giving not only the players an opportunity to get a feel from an esport opportunity, but also to win some exclusive prizes for themselves here. And it's not just that, they also been welcoming people into the exclusive gaming deals here as a unified virtual credits for gamers worldwide. Seriously, you guys can use Razor Gold to recharge yourself and get some exclusive Sausage Man stuff here for a better Sausage Man gaming experience here. And of course, the more you use Razor Gold, you can also be a part of the Razor Silver, which is the only rewards for loyalty users here. For every $1 spent with Razor Gold, you get to earn 50 Razor Silver, and that's a lot. Can you imagine if the more you use, the more Razor Silver you earn, means you can redeem some really exclusive Razor gifts here, and also gifts and digital vouchers just for yourself for the taking here. Really cool stuff, and thank you so much to Razor Gold.
That's right. I believe that we are setting up the lobby right now for our dear players to fly right in. So it definitely is a little bit of wait for us to get into the penultimate round. So as we are getting ourselves into the fray, I believe that we've already have three teams that are in a really good place. We've already seen Suhas as well as Evil's Esports somewhere around the top one as well as top three. And of course, one of the teams coming in from the clan. And of course, we've already had RS Raptor being extremely consistent. So they don't really have too much to worry, but they cannot drop the ball within the next two rounds. So it's extremely vital for them. And for teams like BBB, they might have that chance to secure that top four spot along with some of the players of Quarter and also the other teams as well. So as we fly right into our map of Battle City, we're going to be cutting through from the lumberyard all the way through the circus.
Oh man, it's some really great stuff coming back to Battle Island. This is gonna be the second last time we'll be seeing Battle. Oh, I see, no, not second. More like third last time we'll be seeing Battle Island here for today. And this time, although it's quite similar to the few flight paths that we've been seeing for a few maps, even yesterday as well. But this time it's a difference of trajectory. But it doesn't really matter to these teams. They know exactly what needs to be done, where they want to go. Not too surprised to see RS from RS Megas as usual going towards Cargo Dock here. But what I'm really more curious about this time is where 4Raw is going to be dropping. Calmly, I'm already surprised at the fact that we're seeing a little bit of a different of a drop position coming in from RS Junior, as they were, especially with this kind of flight path, they have been dropping around, especially towards Watertown or even towards Circus. This time, they decided to drop towards Warehouse instead. Actually, not really towards Warehouse, more like going towards Deer Harbor here. A total 180, or at least the opposite direction of where they last used to drop here.
Yeah, and Suhas Esports is still floating in the air. They're not really making a drastic decision, but we can definitely see the whole strip on the far east side of Small Dock is left available. So they could just basically chill. Do they need more points? Honestly, they could basically rest one round and still have that lead. If some of this will be catching up, but that's also due to their hard work and effort. And they will just have a little bit of a collision course of their own. So, Suhas Esports, definitely the best team for day, as well as the entire weekend that we've seen games coming in from the team. But look at this! Circles going up to the airport!
Great time to try to plan the fly here, but check it out. Contra, there's literally 3 teams surrounding Sanctuary here, and Zara's gonna be a lot more careful as well. He doesn't really have anything on him as well. He does have a helmet level 3. I mean, he's gonna have a pretty good defense for that head if he were to fall down, but he still needs some weaponry to go toe-to-toe. And for Nab, he's actually surrounded from all angles. You're not sure whether Nazmi and Jinboy knows he's actually in the building, though. Well, let's see whether he can keep high long enough. But sadly, he's going to finally be revealed and caught out of guard, gunned down, all alone, away from his team. And sadly, no, even if the team wants to go for the revive, they really can't, because they can't really pick up the coin, the respawn token, in time here. But of course, let's be honest here. Although Fortnite was able to find Sanctuary here in this settlement here, I'm not sure whether it's going to be the same for the rest of the team, because there are 2 other existing teams alongside with Tola fighting for this compound itself.
Yeah, and just playing by the Sanctuary Kodak definitely made a convincing rush, so they've been able to get a frag off, securing their own first blood, as there's still 2 other teams lurking around, and I believe that's Eva somewhere across the corner. A team that they may not want to face, if that's the case. So, on the other side, we do have 4R here who just lost 1 member early on. And they're just gonna be looking for some loot. 4R is in a really good spot. But then again, EVOS, a team that you don't want to be messing with, is just going to be cutting across the corner. And I guess there's no reason why 4R should actually contest unless they want to be mergers to make it EVOS Raw. You know, you've heard of the tagline from EVOS.
Definitely for sure, but like, and I really can't blame them for trying to not take that engagement head on. It's the same situation. It's the same situation or scenario for EVOS members here, Sean and the rest and Darwin as well, because of the fact that they are relatively spread out. Same goes for 4 Raw. None of the members are really nearby to sort of go for the reinforce. No matter how strong their firepower, it's really great to see the fact that they're still quite disciplined about this and not taking that fight. I guess you could say it's a little bit of a risky fight, especially since this is the second last map as well. It is, although yes, EVOS was already able to get back into top number 4. It feels great. It's absolutely fantastic for them for sure. But they are not really out of the clear just yet. So they did, although yes, it was a little bit of a risky play coming for 4 Raw and EVOS to do this 2x2 split across the map to get those loots. But at least in this way, they don't necessarily have to share among themselves here, and each member should be able to, I guess you could say, well equipped to take any relatively fight head on once they regroup with the rest of the team.
That's right. And with a very massive rotation, we're looking at members of EVOS currently holding the corners of Forest Park as well. Now, by the corner of Sanctuary, I guess that Todak is not done just about yet. And Nasby, he managed to secure that one elimination point, and, well, I feel like a proud friend, as they are doing decently well. Unfortunately, Todak, they may not get too much of those points. Yep, the Pony tries to dash across the field. Run, Pony, run! Okay.
I can tell you this, it's so adorable, you know, like this pony, and although it does have the ability to literally have the boost of speed, it's actually faster than the normal car, like by 10 kilometers per hour as well, than the other normal vehicles like the Jeep and the buggy here. But it's still so adorable to me. It's so cute.
You say it's faster than the Jeep, huh? I think
it is faster than the Jeep. By facts, it is faster than the Jeep.
It's funny to see Kuda riding on a horse, right? They're a horse themselves.
Like,
but look at this. Beautiful unicorn.
Oh my god. You know when there's this saying when there's like rainbow unicorns, there's always going to be able to create rainbows, right? So at the end of the rainbow, there should be like a pot of gold there, or a classic leprechaun.
So are you saying that they basically bring a pot of gold everywhere they go if they do have that unicorn with them?
Pretty much, yeah. They're rolling in so much dough, man. Look at the gear that they have for themselves. He even got himself a nice car.
You know how to get that? Razor Gold. It's how you
exactly
on your Sausage Man credits. And let's first enjoy some benefits such as Razor Silver, where you can trade for those items from Razor themselves. And Agix Quarter.
I mean, that's pretty much how they got all these nice skins.
Yeah, and you see as it progressed, the penultimate round, all the teams, literally every single team, is playing extremely passive. You know, they desperately want to win, and after weeks and days of hard work, I guess it all comes down to an end within the next few hours.
It's gonna get really tight as well, because like the point differential between at least the second to sixth placing is relatively not too far behind, and we had a really clear example of how well they're from Team Triple B here, or even Quarter, for just getting a really huge amount of kill points and even decent placing points that allowed them to elevate from literally from 10 placing all the way to top 5 and top 6 here. That's how close this round is going to be. But it looks like a couple of attacks and a couple of action is going to be happening between RS Jumbo here and Triple B. Let's see whether they're going to be able to survive out of this onslaught here, Contra.
Yeah, high four. Holding up above, aiming down onto Eevee, only getting a 2 tags off. Now high four, also getting man marked by Yell. A beautiful angle to unleash all the bullets. Now spotting out Leko as well as Zati. The rest of RS cannot commit. Jambu just got to wait and hold for the moment. While Yell bringing in the charge cannon, he might just actually get a perfect snipe. So long as he stays on top of the roof, RS will be occupied for now. But RS Jambu, they try to locate themselves on the lower ground so that they don't really get sniped across. So Yell won't find anything on this crosshair.
Couple of lines aside, there was also a decent amount of knocks here, but looks like Killua really wants to seal the deal here to get that kill. Does spawn him on the roof, does drop down here. He's getting ready for a decent amount of fight, but they definitely hit the rocket, and instantly a defensive water bubble is currently placed down. Now Killua is a little bit of awkward positioning, but just to make it more secure, Haifa comes in to secure alongside with Killua to get that one frag. It may not be Coral though, but Coral is also soon to follow alongside with his fallen ally. The rest of the squad is coming in. He's playing, dancing around the smoke, but eventually Killua is gonna get the kill that he was tasked to achieve for his team. Two more remaining here for the side of Triple B. It's not too much of a, I wouldn't say it's a little bit more of a hassle for them to try to overwhelm their opponent, but looks like I spoke a little bit too soon as Neil finally gets gunned down, knocked down to the ground, and now it came to a fight between a 1v3. Still pressing on, looking through every nick and corner and flipping every rock in this house to ensure to find the last remaining member. And Camper, I guess you could say, Contra, he's living up to the name here as he tries to survive long enough and maybe can try to get a couple of knocks on some of the members here of RS Jambu.
That's right, and Camper, he's just holding on for dear life, though. Killua is going to be providing a little bit of support onto Hive 4. And he's got that DP ready to unleash on that corner of the staircase. Just taking a little bit of third party perspective. Well, third person perspective, not the third party. He ain't gonna get that bird's eye view, of course. But Killua, he's just hesitating for the moment, or he just doesn't really have a clue. They're going to be moving in, Vector, and then, okay, this will be the spot. I think he spot that DP sticking out. It's so easy for him to actually mark it across, and he will get the drop. Man, the gun be doing it dirty.
That was so unfortunate as well. Like, and the thing is, it's like he didn't even get, like, Camper didn't even get an opportunity to even fight back. He instantly gets spotted out right from the get-go.
It's too obvious though. He didn't he didn't even knew that would happen. Now here comes another challenge. Jackpo is swarming in from the top. This is quarter that they're dealing with. I'm not sure if this is the right challenge coming across, but they do get paid.
Wow. Jackpot coming in with a major jackpot as well as he flies in from the window, gets a couple of 2K, still jumping back and forth with alongside with the rest of the teammate here. But seriously, what an entrance coming in from Jackpot, really making use of that second, or at least that little hut of a roof. But Shadow trying to equalize the score line, but has to quickly evade it back up. He managed to punish Jackpot for a little bit of an aggression there, but at least he will be able to try to pick up his teammate Eggy. Actually, no, Shadow decided, like, I guess Eggy just decided, like, hey, you know, it's a little bit too much to try to pick me up as too many members are there, and just had to back off. But it looks like they managed to do a couple of damage, a couple of digits on top of the buggy here, but Shadow will still be able to evade and survive the fight for another round here.
Shadow is leaving Eggs behind, and Water, for the first time ever, we're looking at them on day 2, losing an early skirmish. This is very unlikely of Quarter, but they were surprise ambushed from the top, and even though they were riding Quarter the window, they were caught off guard. Like, they didn't expect that Michael Uzi to be so swift. Now, feels like they're just loitering around and hoping for the best. And all they have to do, try to hold on until they hit that late game, or perhaps if they do have any points in particular, yeah, could possibly go in for the respawn. But Suhas, they have nothing to worry about. But no doubt, wants to follow the leader of the pack so that they could roughly get an idea of where to be, but I guess that's a little bit of a go-kart race going on the outskirts.
Oh my lord. If I'm not mistaken, I just saw on the kill feed, Jack Poe actually knocked out OG with a Car 98K to the head.
Wow. Wait, OG? You're telling me that he gets shot because of how he's moving across with the vehicles. Now, oh, I see those bullets flying in. Yes,
Yeah,
indeed.
that's what I'm saying. That's so insane. What a pickup coming in from Jackpot. I guess you could say he's literally hit the jackpot here today. He was unusual for Team Quarter, but also the same kills for Suhas. But anyway, coming back to the current scene of the crime here, we have RS Raptor constantly on the hunt here. They're definitely feeling the pressure a little bit as well, since they are being third party from alongside here from their respective RS group here. That's gonna be from RS Jumbo.
Indeed. Now, Bell. I'm going to be having a little bit of a spread, and I'm not too sure if this is going to be any way that they could possibly get anything done here. And, well, oh well, this is a little bit rougher for some of all the players to navigate their way around now that Naughty City is going to be out of the party zone. And it's going to be shrinking in the span of 3 seconds. So anybody inside of this town, yep, just got to make their way out.
Carefully and slowly and steady wins the race here. RS Jumbo definitely trying to be a little bit more disciplined than usual. They do have the RPG infantry officer in the second floor, but Killua is only going to take it when the situation really calls for it. The zone is also going to sort of pressure our RS Raptors as well, so eventually they will have to come out right in the open here, into the line of sight of RS Jumbo. But the same case is it's also the same situation, same condition for them as well here. It really comes down who's able to get a quick drop of them. If Killua plays his cards right during mid rotation and let them actually bypass him, he can try to backstep them from the back line here. But it looks like Killua is going to prioritize a little bit more on that information gathering. He wants to give his teammates some form of information where they're going to be. He does hear the ball rolling as well, but Collect trying to bait out any couple of shots here. Looks like Zod is going to be the first one to initiate as well. Collect falls back to the very same building, Killua, but he's still on the ground floor. The rest of the members, SM and even the rest of the members of Bell here, they're trying to taking flanking position here to take this fight and on. They still know that RS Jumbo is still nearby. And Kolak is trying to find that nice opening, but Zati! Looks like SM, that flanking position does pay the right price here as Zati, as he picks up Zati and knocks him down. Can't really get the kill though, and Killua is dead to save the day, but Kolak comes in, spots in for the corner of the window as well. Can Killua hold his ground long enough as well? And he does make full use of the Vector and even get an elimination point, the fourth one for his team.
Yeah, Killua managing to save the day. Now going in for some instant resurrection. Well, not really resurrection. You just have to pick him up the sausage from the ground. So the sausage will grow back to the usual size. Now Bell, I'm gonna run the other way around. None. I think that they picked this fight a little early, and it's all the way out on the outskirt. And you're not gonna see big winners on the outskirts here, but Suyas though. They're on the crosshair of Sync for RAR. They are already in a top 4 contender spot. And now challenging the top dogs. In the form of Suhas and OG, second time going down in this matchup itself. This penultimate round is looking a little bit rowdy. Everybody is going in for trades. I set the next one to be on the board as well. We're running in with the Vectors, and he does cap Spring. Now Zero on the move. They have to build. There's no other choice for Suhas.
Oh, cover the tag. Zero does get spot out in the open. Same does drop in a couple of fires. But sadly, that couple of bullets is not enough to really smoke out this vehicle at all. Zero has a responsibility. Couldn't really pick up Aisha and OG's banner, but then again, he does have Oyen in hand. He can try to go for the revive, but sadly it's only going to be a 2-man squad here. But this is not the first time we see Suhas in this situation before, and he actually came out on top in one of the rounds here on Rainbow Island. Well, let's see how well they do. Looks like even on the side here, RS are going to be kissing that coin for a couple of good luck. They'll bring back their boy Hive 4 here, fully equip their team back to a 4-man party. And they're going to need as many hands as they can get here, especially if they really want to catch up to the ladder here.
Look at this. This is the first time we're getting it in between the river. And now everybody's scratching their head. How do you approach this? But if there is a UFO that they could just float above the air, they could utilize it, but hope to not get shot. Now,
Oh
The
my
only
lord.
safe space that I'm looking at here is somewhere within the upcoming circle of the party zone, directed in the northwest. You see, there's a little bit of crease that they can hide from.
Oh yes. Dude, it's like the thing is this, right? There's still that saving grace that there's still at least, I guess you could say, 60% of the land on the northern western side here that the circle could go to. But seriously, if the circle does persist to go towards the eastern side, towards the river, it's gonna be it's not only gonna be a sausage fest contract. It's literally gonna be spring break here on literally on Battle Island here, and there's so many teams still existing into the game here. Usually by now, at least towards the fall phase here, we will be seeing like 9 to 10 teams here, but we still have 13. That's literally how disciplined every single members are trying to keep themselves alive in this game, as this is the second last map before the ending of this SEA Championship Finals. But Team Zeo are going to be finally get spotted up by Sing, as Sing going to be dropping a couple of pot shots.
Yeah, for RAR, they're in a really interesting area, as they have the ship all to themselves. So, on the other corner, I think that they might have a little bit of a neighbor that's going to be giving them a little bit of a noise. One, over on the top, having the M4 in hand. And I guess that they're just going to be sitting around. And they are on the control area. Well, Idil got himself the UFO, and there's also a dragon for them to work around with. Now, they're just gonna make a haze into the circle. And Todak having the fireball being sent their way. Ah, my oh my. This is going to be a little bit weird, but FS Esports, they just fly their way in. And I guess that so long as they hold on to the dragon, they'll be safe hitting the late game.
Couple of evasive action coming in for the side of FS Esports. No choice, had to ground themselves here. The drop off Ideal to try to put them all. And also Jinboy and even the rest of the members of Total is actually whittling down the durability of the dragon. They're going to be playing a little bit more safer here. Especially that silly dragon. It could be the key when it comes to such a situation, or at least securing more ground for themselves here. Since at this moment in time, Todak is currently gatekeeping them on the western side here. So FS Esports got to play a little bit of the long game here, the safe, or I guess you could say, I wouldn't say the safest route, but it's definitely more of a longer rotation as they will try to enter the circle from the northern side. Foro line, D-line here.
Wow,
that's
that
whatever
was
distance, trying to go for
good
long distance
cargo
sniping,
with
man.
Car 98, and I guess that Olai will try to get a little bit more elevation, climbing up, and up into the ship, and well, I guess we're just gonna take our sweet time to just slowly glide into the circle. They can't stay in the ship for all too long, so Olai will slowly make their way into the mini little island by the corner of the river.
Oh no,
Crap.
look, someone got sniped away with the arm as well. Very painful knockdown here coming from the side for Alice here. It looks like Ideal. Got the UFO in hand, the spot out shots, but Ambo actually gets the drop in the stair, gets fallen down to the ground. He's playing really smart with the staircase and not allowing Sham or any of the members with the City Dragon to actually pick him off here. But sadly enough, it was, I guess you could say it was a 1-for-1 trade as they were able to knock down Jobat. Sham comes to the trying to see if he can secure the kill, but he has his eyes on a more bigger target. Scouts out towards the front and sort of dictates for the fact that, okay, don't think there's anyone there. Could be misled though, but just gonna play a little more safe, pick up a couple of resources back into the UFO. The scouter, let's get a little bit more information. Finally spots out Crab. And he wants to go for the quick pickup on his teammates here to see if he can try to get towards it and see if he can try to flank the other teams.
Yeah, and RS having a 4-stack going on, even though with the UFO on the other side, they're not too phased about any sort of launch attack, as they are pretty prepared for it. And it's interesting enough, we haven't seen anybody using the explosive bow for now. The explosive arrows are quite hard to find, I do believe, but it's also a little bit of a tough weapon to utilize on the wrong hands. but definitely dish a truck ton of damage. So party area close to about 30 seconds from now, and everybody have to squeeze pretty tight. There's not much land area to play from. I want to look at the mini map for a bit after this, and now let's roll right in. So Killua gets a free pick.
Attack, beautiful as well, but oh no! Killua for the Silent gets flying at third party, I guess in this way, gets a beautiful tap to the head, gets knocked down, and sadly, he is, although yes, I guess you could say he's also out for the count. No one nearby to go for the pickup though, unfortunately, but I guess they could try. Bell knocked out, same situation with Killua. Well, looks like Zati gonna be returning in kind. Blood for blood, an eye for an eye, as they literally will trade evenly out here, as both RS Raptors and even RS Jumbo will lose both members respectively outside in the field. Then again, they still try to take this fight head on. Not sure whether Zati wants to try to pick up the coin though. He's sort of thinking about it as well, but then 4-Roar not too far behind. I guess you could say courtesy of Killua as well, so notifying his teammate, giving them the information at the cost of his life, for the fact that somewhere behind that, which is of course 4-Roar, is still nearby and still out of the circle. But then again, EVOS playing right below the bridge as well. They're hearing all of this happening on top as well. Kuda, he wants to secure the truth. He wants to see what all is in the clear for them as well. But Selena is going to be knocked down at the same time as Ash will unveil his surprise and knocks him down for the count. And here comes a retaliation coming from the side of EVOS.
And EVOS there, zooming on top of the bridge. Now they get the perfect angle. He's on the left of Kuda. They try to move all the way up. There's no way that they can find Darwin, so this is the next level play. They were looking at Papa. He has to float across. There's no way that he can challenge anybody is on top, but he's gonna hunt out for Ash. He's running for his life. Okay, does he have the weaponry to actually take him down? It's really hard to actually control the mecha, but he's currently on down below. They try to game Papa, and oh boy. Now how could we possibly take him down? EVOS tries to fight back. 2 frags already secured, but they want more. Kuda members are going down. And Truth is going to be the next one, and the entire team of Kuda Esports will fall to the Tigers.
I guess, honestly, Contra, I guess you could say the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Really well played stuff coming in from Ash, luring Papa into such a compact area there for them to really force him out of the mech. I mean, he could stay in the mech though, but he did sustain a decent amount of damage coming from the side of Arpix here with the DP28 though. Really, that vehicle shredder is really making quite the work. Wouldn't blame for Papa to really get out of the vehicle to try to get that headshot with that rifle. But sadly, that plan didn't really pan out as much as you really hoped for, and that actually cost them their lives and possibly even their chance in this 5th map as it is. Hopefully, they can try to do a lot. I guess you could say they are definitely planning to do a lot more better in the 6th round here. And Sink gonna drown himself there to not give any kill points to any of the side of the team here. I guess you could say what a way to die here. Take one for the team. But coming back to the situation at hand, looks like RS Mega they get picked off. Defensive smoke is slowly coming down, but they still have their lines assigned towards the other members of RS.
Yeah, HY4 is slowly sneaking his way across, and they're trying to deal with EVOS Esports. Epic, though, he tries to get a little coverage by the wall, and Epic still clutches with the Vector. Now grapples his way in. He doesn't really have much health, but he will make it through, and he needs to heal up while he's still cutting his way into the areas of the side of RS Esports, and I don't know what to make out of it. Apix eventually drops outside of the zone, nowhere to be safe for the members of the White Tiger side of Esports. Now Zareth, next one to be pinned down by Dekmon. Playing with the Scariel, and he might just be able to get that shot onto Nasmi as well. And how much can Toadot hold on to? There's not much time left, and there's only 1 minute, but Nasmi's trading in.
It gets a little bit dicey here, especially for Nasmi. He is also, and even Sinkers or Evos as well. He literally 2 members knocked out. Sean is literally out of the game. There's still Ash to make the play. He did do it against RS Raptor initially. Maybe he could try to pull off one beautiful play again to keep themselves in the game. Totally on the other hand, Asmi's all alone here. Shadow Quarter also alone. My God, a lot of teams here. All the top 8 teams here, literally only having 1 member remaining in this literally 6th phase here. And I honestly, let's be honest, I guess I bit a little bit more than I could chew here when I initially said that a lot of teams was being more passive than usual initially here. But looks like a quick run by Shadow. Goodbye, Nazmi. Maybe I guess you could say he never saw it coming, I guess, since he didn't really react to Shadow in time.
Not at all. I guess that you just gotta accept your fate sometimes, yeah? Like, Quarter is having a plan of their own, and Shadow might just be driving by, but Xeno's gonna be rolling, and all the south side of the area is clear, so what they have to do is focus on the nerve, and this is the best chance for RS to close this one out. I know I say RS and there's so many of these teams. Yes, it's RS Mega. I need time to, of course, digest those numbers. So Sham goes in for a pickup, and the rest of RS Junior this time going for some flight. So it's the Battle of the Clans along with Zeo Intelligent. Now, gonna be going on a 3-way warfare. So there is 4 teams available. Joling is just playing for hide and seek for the moment.
Ooh, Xeno finally found the man he was looking for as well. Beautiful information gathering allows Sham with a nice hit. Nice bullet to the head on collect. Now we're down to a classic. Almost, actually, no, I wouldn't say 1v1. There's still another team alongside still surviving though, but one of the members is currently knocked down. RS Juniors. It has been a while since we saw them back in top 3 here. Really great to see them back in action though, but they still need to overwhelm RS Megas. 2 members is knocked out of account. Killer is trying to revive. Kai is trying to revive Killer as quickly as possible as well, as he want to try to keep as many members alive in this game. I guess the same case even for RS Junior. And looks like Zeo here. Classic 3v3 except for our team members here with only 2 bars. Kai, beautiful tap to the head. They thought they were safe, but not when Kai is inside. What a pickup, and now we're down to a classic 1v1 team to see who's gonna be the king of the party hill.
Well, that's going to be a 3 versus 3 in total, and the odds are leaning towards RS Jumbo right now. Well, I mean, by Jumbo, I mean Mega. So this is going to be one. Finding a little bit of an information and only having the M4 to work with. He's going to have those shots being fired at Killer. Killer just goes in for the double jump, getting the coverage from the trees. Now the UFO storming in. Kai falls off, and he's hoping to get a catch, and instead joins the rest of his team once more. Going for another angle. Zeo will have another member taken out, while Wadge just holding on. Juan, keep on rolling with the flurry of attack, but Killer once again reposition. 50% of health coming in from the rest of the RS squad. And here comes the P90 spray down, not really landing any of the shot onto Juan, still having the 100%. You see the body coming right through, and they are going for a push. Zane, next one to fall. Zeo Intelligent, they're losing members after members, and this is where Kai and the rest of RS Mega gets themselves the King of the Party title at number 1 spot.
Oh, it was so close at one point, but let me tell you something. I am happy to see not only RS Mega back in the lead, but even Zeo Intelligent, who was previously always one of the few teams to bail early and even last in the ranking, literally, with this second placing. And of course, although the elimination point isn't as impressive compared to some of the other teams here or what we have seen in the past, it's still impressive enough as they managed to get all the way to the top 3 here after going through the top 8 teams here, and even the team that was favorite to win that round. But you know, okay, with all said and done, we're going to be quickly checking out the highlights, and after the highlights, we're going to be having a quick short break here. What an absolute blast.
welcome back once again, and this is where we're going in for the final hurdle. Right after this, after the penultimate round, we have to ask Esports still holding on to the top spot. They'll need to acquire a few more points to book off the round. RS Raptor, though, chasing in, they only need about 6 more points to tie in with Suhas Esports, but they don't want to tie. They want to get more points, and RS is hungry for more, as they want to be the kings of the party, the sausages to rule them all. Ars Mega, though, 137 points, while Evos Esports with 130, making sure that they get themselves in. Quarter will have to end the round with more than 27 points in order to overtake Evos for that top 4 spot. Now it's really coming close, YOLO League, and we are down to our very final game.
And I mentioned before as well, like literally after the 5th map, we will literally have a nice spotlight on which 4 teams are going to be the one walking away. Sure, rank number 1, we can see later on who's going to be taking top out, whether it's going to be RS Raptor or Suhas Esports, or maybe RS Mega if they take it, if they earn just enough points to overwhelm them here. But what I really want to see a lot more is going to be the competition between Evos Esports and Team Quarter. Although yes, it is still a 20-point differential. If they just work, if Quarter just put in just enough points, they can actually secure themselves in top number 4. It really comes down to the priorities here of the teams among themselves here. But anyway, this is going to be the second half of the leaderboard. RS Junior going to be still having the same position and ranking singles or FS Esports in both 9th and 10th place with 87 and 84 points. Following down, we have Kuda Gaming, Clutch Empire in 11 and 12, 75 and 50 points. Todak still ranked number 13, still the same, but of course, the total points is slowly increasing ever so slowly. And Zero Intelligent this time not gonna end the night here in 16th place with their 2nd place ranking here. They got themselves all the way up to 34 points. And our new bottom two this time is Geek Fam Anxious and Suntai Gaming.
And of course, now only down to that one game in order for us to crown our champions of the SGMY region. And 4 teams, along with the champion, well, of course, will walk away with a chance to fight for the rest, but these are your winners here. And we have William Fort, Maxino, Belen, and of course, you will walk away with that Sausage Man blue cap sent your way. But of course, William, we need you to do us a favor to message Sausage Man on their official Facebook page in order to, of course, give all your details so that we can send this great hat for you. And of course, thank you for watching so far. We got one more game to go. If you guys want to win some goods, just go ahead to include all this information on your screen right now. First and foremost, make sure you hit that like and share button on the live stream. And of course, you drop the comment with the exclamation point Sausage Man as well as Sausage Man Championship. And put in your most creative comment, and you can walk away with all these great stuff. And of course, we got to give thanks to Razer Gold as well as Razer, as they have been amazing. As Razer Gold welcomes you to a world of exclusive gaming deals as the unified virtual credits for gamers worldwide. You can use Razer Gold to recharge on Sausage Man for an even better gaming experience. To make things even sweeter, you can gain Razer Silver to trade in and redeem Razer Gear games as well as digital voucher. So we still got more stuff to give away. We got the gaming finger sleeve, the gold vouchers, Hammerhead True Wireless Pro, Kishi for Android, and of course all of this is in courtesy of Razer. Meanwhile, more Sausage Man goods. You got this cushion, you got the paper clip, and of course the blue cap. So shoot your shot. It's only one more match, and we will eventually give out all these goods from Razer after the final game.
Oh, thank you so much, Razer Gold. Seriously, can't really thank you enough. I guess you could say, Contra, Razer really has a heart of gold for giving such an opportunity and such exclusive prizes to our viewers. And of course, we really cannot thank enough to our amazing viewers here for not only supporting your favorite fans, but even joining us for this long, perilous 3 days journey here to see who is going to be our 4 teams representing MYSG in that cross country. Such an honor, such a great moment for ourselves and everyone here spectated this final last lap here. It's really the final lap here for all these teams here. Although yes, Suhas still definitely is looking forward to seal this day here on this last round as top number 1 and walk away with 1500 USD here. But of course, if they are a little bit too overconfident, they just might get the quick slip here from RS Raptors here.
That's right, and RS Raptor so far just showing so much consistency as compared to Suhas, who honestly didn't really get too many points for the past couple rounds. They tried to play as aggressive as they used to, but I believe that the teams have adapted and they have retaliated in order to survive, to ensure that they get more and more points. But nevertheless, I can safely say that Suhas Esports should at least get that top 4 spot regardless of the final result. But it's more of that championship title where they will walk away thousands of dollars richer, and of course be crowned as the first ever Sausage Man C Championship winners.
It's really cutting it close here, Contra. Like the journey that we had from first day until this very last lap and this final moment here, it's boiling. This excitement I'm boiling up here really needs to explode because I really need to know how this fight is going to go down here. I guess there will be some passive plays for some of the teams who is trying to get up to that top 8 here, but the top 4 here, or at least top 5, especially Team Quarter, we're going to be seeing an absolute bloodbath here. It's not only as all these teams is going to be a lot more aggressive to get those kill points and placement rankings for themselves in this last round. But we're going to the last map here, Rainbow Island, 4x4 map, relatively small as well. My God, everyone, there's really not much option. And of course, depending on the flight path that we're going to be seeing, will sort of dictate how the team is going to be here. And if we get a really unideal one, something like really literally at the closer to the edge of the map instead, all teams we're going to be having a lot of compact positioning and drops among each other here. And I'm really excited to see what kind of battle royale that we're going to be having to see coming from the rest of them.
That's right, and we're hoping to at least get some big rounds in for the very final bout, and it's going to be no holds barred for most of all these players that's been playing for days, and now it all comes to a conclusion on our only map, and they're going to be going into the Rainbow Island to finish off what they started. So once again, reminder, you can go ahead to like and share our live stream video and just comment right down below, of course, exclamation notify Sausage Man Championship with those hashtags, and you will be able to win everything shown on your screen.
It's so amazing stuff here. Really, I don't know how, although yes, we've been seeing this so many times and it always literally never ceases to surprise me, all this kind of gifts here. I'm really sad that I couldn't even win myself any of this at all. I really tried. I really put in the effort and really all the prayers to really get one of these cool gifts from myself here. But really, Red Skull really giving out for you. It's not just only these prizes, guys. We also have still more color key codes that's also going to be giving out within the game itself. Or I guess you could say this is your last chance to really earn some of this prize that's being shown on the screen, and even get some that color key code that's going to be appearing in the game. Although yes, I can't really blame you if you missed it, because there's so many heated action here and you really can't miss a single moment here. The teams here, Contra, everyone is going to be using their wits, their skills here, blood and sweat really, to try to call themselves up here to secure that top 4 positioning here.
That's right. Now that top 4 slot to duke out with some of the best of Southeast Asia. We do have, of course, other regions who will be fielding the best talents possible. And I guess I'm proud enough to say the SGMYC should be able to at least get some good games off of all the other players across Southeast Asia with really good representation. But of course, we want to send in the best of the best. Now, we are getting our lobby ready for our very final game. So, of course, put in your thought who you guys are rooting for to be crowned as champions of the Sausage Man C Championship.
Man, my heart is pumping, my heart is beating. I really want to call it out for Suhas here, but I think like despite all the happening for EVOS esports, yeah, I'm still looking for that bright that literally the light at the end of the tunnel here for EVOS. Yeah, I mean they got the top 4 is great. They're not out of the clear for sure. But I really want to see if they can really try to make that difference. Maybe top 1 is a little bit of a stretch for them with the current total points which they have here, unless they kill every single player in the game. But that's really unlikely to see, unless I really like to be proven wrong. So can't wait to see what it really comes out of the bit, because with that they had a really huge first impression for me yesterday, and I really want to see if they can at least try to get to 2nd place here. I think they can try to go for it if they really put their heart and mind for it.
That's right, and of course, only one hurdle remain, and they're close to the finish line. They just have to use whatever energy that they still have to get to the finish line. And I guess Su has honestly had the biggest of advantage. So long as they get about 10 points in, I think that should be good enough. So of course, final reminder, I hope that you guys should hit that like and share button on our live stream. Comment, exclamation, notify, hashtag SausageMan, hashtag SausageMan Championship in order to claim any of this good. You can be that lucky winner. So come on now, I know you want it. You want to rock that Razer Hammerhead True Wireless Pro. You want to show off to your friends. How cool is it to have that Razer Kishi for your Android? Or at least, keep your sweaty fingers not sticking to your screen with a Razer gaming finger sleeve. So, other than that, of course, we got the $5 Razer Gold vouchers, the SausageMan paperclip, the blue cap, as well as the Tea Tree cushion up for grabs. We've already given away 2 of the caps as well, and of course, same goes to the paperclip. I believe it's only down to the Razer stuff, and a few more SausageMan items out there. And remember this, all the SausageMan stuff here are pretty limited edition, because you can't get it anywhere else but here at the SausageMan Sea Championship.
Yeah, and what's even crazier as well is that Razer Gold not only gives all of you an exclusive chance to win all these amazing prizes and even codes during in-game as well, but they also welcome you all to a world of exclusive gaming deals. Seriously guys, you want to improve, you want to have better SausageMan gaming experience, then recharge yourself with Razer Gold. And it doesn't stop there guys. If you recharge with Razer Gold, you're gonna earn a little something with that Razer Silver. That's right, every $1 used with Razer Gold, you get to earn 50 Razer Silver, which of course in the long run, once accumulating a bunch of Razer Silvers here, you can redeem some really cool Razer gear, games, and maybe a couple of digital vouchers of your choice here and liking to really improve further of your gaming experience on all various platforms. And of course, SausageMan guys, after watching this game, watching this 3 days of the tournament, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys started getting a lot more interest and like the game here, the game title SausageMan. I don't really blame it. It's cool, it's fresh, it's very creative, and of course, a lot of options here which you can really try things out here. So you want to check it out how you can play it, you can definitely download it on your mobile phones here on their respective stores here. For Google, for Android here, you can check it out on the Play Store here for yourself, and of course Apple is going to be from the iOS stores here for you to get yourself some SausageMan action. I can't wait to see you on the party islands here, or the party bus here, to see who's going to be the biggest winner.
Well, of course, Yoli, I guess that we had a lot of all these #1 King of the Party title being secured by many various teams. I guess now power shifting over to some of all these players of RS and also Triple B for today. I think that they definitely had a really good showing to close off many of all these rounds. Yeah. So when we looked at the likelihood for some of the other teams, I think that there's also some coming in from Quarter and others to come as well. And I believe that there are still other teams that are on the second part of the leaderboard who's probably looking to at least redeem glory for themselves. And, well, of course, I want to cheer on my buddy from Todak, and that's Nazric. Well, sorry. I guess he's kissing me already, because it's like, no. Let me focus right now. Just kidding. Well, of course, Nasmi, you're watching this later on when you look back at the VODs, of course. I'm proud of you, my buddy.
I mean, he's definitely feeling happy for the fact. I mean, not only because you're mentioning his name and also supporting him at the same time, but you're also casting his games as well. I guess you could say it's always great to have a really close friend and brother casting one of your games. I guess even anyone will feel just as great here. And I can definitely tell you for sure if Nasmi is definitely watching the stream, and I believe we can definitely tell there's going to be a lot more vigor coming for Toronto in this final game, and hopefully they can break out of that 13th ranking place and elevate themselves a lot more higher here. But you know, but just to remind everyone again, this is of course the final lap here. Although yes, I guess you could say Suha seems like the spot has, I guess you could say, sort of solidified, especially for some of the fans who say like, oh, you know, they are like in the lead by 20 or 30 points here. It could be quite the climb here for RS Raptors, but you know, I never like to really doubt them or like any cut them some slack at all, because like Suha's has been putting in the works, especially after a couple of mishaps from the two matches from yesterday here. They really are working to climb back up here. Same goes for EVOS. My God, they had a really great first game yesterday, but after that, it was a real roller coaster ride for them, where there was some line, they get the top 3, then they weren't really in top 8 at all. Now in this game today, they really were working their step. They're really working up the steps to really get into a higher ranking. They really got back to top 4 here. Although it was a little bit slow and steady. But you know the story. The turtle did win the race.
That's right, and of course we are waiting for the lobbies to run for the moment. I know that you guys might be impatient because you want yourself those Razor goodies, and you know what? Of course, we're just gonna be getting ourselves a little bit more of time to at least banter. What was your favorite moment so far, YOLO Lee, throughout all the games that was played out this weekend?
Oh my God. Okay, you know, honestly, I think I mentioned this like twice, which was our picks from EVOS, but I'm not going to mention that anymore because I said it twice now. It's getting a little bit boring for the crowd.
Wow.
I
Like
guess
your favorite moment. Your favorite moment other than that Apex matchup. Yeah.
I guess if it has to be my favorite moment, it's probably this is gonna be another play from EVOS, which what they did to RS Raptors yesterday, where he took the Mac head on and he just charges right head on into the whole group of them as well. The worst part, they weren't really prepared for it at all. They got surprised. They literally didn't have defensive smokes or even the hologram grenade to literally disrupt the Mac at all. They literally were sitting ducks and literally had the full brunt of the Mac, and that's exactly how the Mac was supposed to roll. I'm a Mac boy. I mean, I'm a Mecha Boy fan here. I really love it here. Honestly, if Sausage Man decide to drop in a Magus XLR skin here back from Cartoon Network, I'm a really old school guy. But yes, if they drop in a Magus XLR skin for that Mac, I say they sold me out. They sold me for the Mac. If they drop the skin,
hopefully
that's
some of all
for
these
me.
collaboration will happen someday. So of course, Sausage Man is still out there. If you guys are, of course, not knowing what this game is all about, it's the fresh battle royale where you can have a whole lot of fun with your friends and explore all these great weapons and stuff. But you know what? We'll leave you some time to go ahead and download the game if you haven't already. It's on Google Play as well as the Apple App Store. So go ahead and do that. Me as well as Yo Lee. We're going to take a little bit of a breathing space. We'll come back in just a few minutes and we'll come back with the game. The very final match here in the Sausage Man Southeast Asia Championship. And here we are, our final game of the Sausage Man Southeast Asia Championship. Singapore and Malaysia, 4 teams will battle it out against some of their best of Southeast Asia if they emerge as your top players of the SGMY region. Now, dropping out of play, we're taking a look at Suhas, the leader of the pack, only few points ahead of some of all these players of RS Raptor. So this is where they have to ensure that they maintain their spot, or else they'll be taken over by RS. We'll see Sports on the 4th space. They're not looking like they're having the best time ever. They're just hanging by a thread on that 4th place spot. So let's see, by the end of the round, can EVOS defend against all the other teams that are hoping to claim the spot away from EVOS?
Oh man, it's gonna be a little bit tough as well, but looks like RS Raptor is on the hunt. They smell their prey. Sakubo is on the ground, but Zimpos might be joining them in suit. But sadly, Jawa is gonna be the one to put the final nail in the coffin here for the team here. Looks like Clutch Empire will be the first team to go here on the bathhouse of the gods here. The rest of the squad, on the other hand, despite having first blood, going to be joining a 4-roll, not too far behind from Team Todak though. But I am going to be having a little bit cause of concern for the fact that two of the members are not really alongside with the rest of the team, but the thing is we don't have to worry too much about it because MIB and the rest of his partner has the high vantage point and they are pulling in the hurt. One more shot and that would have done it for G-Girl here, but looks like she was able to literally use her acrobatic skills to get into the house in time before the impending knock came in. MIB still having a line size here alongside with Sync though, but with the amount of space that MIB was actually pouring on, at least I guess you could say he sort of revealed his location here. And Nasmi, I guess MIB and Nasmi just decided, alright, there's a little bit too many members and we're a little bit far stretched out from the rest of the squad. Let's call it fall back, regroup. And looks like on the other side of the map we see Kuda Gaming also not too far behind to enter Honey Valley.
Abdullah and Todak, now they're kind of on the roll, and they don't really want to hang too long by the valley. So they are going to be hunting out for their Kings of the Party title. So far, throughout the span of the 2 days, they've been having some really hard games, and it's just the nature of pitting Todak against some of the best teams that we have, and I guess that, you know, the pressure really got to them. But I don't think that it deters them to at least end the game with a bang here. If they could. Shum! Now they're going to respawn. They don't really need it for now. At least they have located it. So if there's ever going to be any sort of problem, then I guess that they could immediately go in for the respawn. And now, long-range trades across the Nori Temple grounds. And this is an ambitious attempt coming in from Crab, but they do spot out Zared. He's moving right down below. Some of all these shots being fired, and that's kind of about it. So, QBZ in hand, definitely a great weapon, but for now, there's only 44 teams that are still remaining. 44 players that's still on the field.
On the roll here. Todak definitely trying to find their pending targets here. They're trying to get some points from themselves. They're finally leaving. They're leaving the small island that they actually dropped for themselves here. Not going to be taking too much time as they really want to try to get a nice, decent amount of positions here. They did spot out another Jeep though, but looks like they're going to be able to drop here. 4-roll on the other hand was able to find Kuda. Looks like Truth. Sally the Truth is quite more painful than he thought. Instantly gets knocked out. Ready for the game. Jin is literally pushing on the high ground. What a big man! What bravery as well. That forced G-Girl back into the cover here. Jin, although yes, I guess you could say the reason why Jin had that much confidence because he had the ability to literally phase himself out from existence to get into safety though. But then again, a little bit too close to comfort, but no! The action was not over just yet as he gets flanked from the back line, Contra.
Oh wow, that's some angles being covered from the corner of the hill. Oh, they managed to carry the little baby sausage over on the safe area. Curse and safe arms. Jin should be back in the jiffy. But look at RS Esports. They're going to be moving their way across. And this is where they are blazing it up. RS Raptor, they won the title pretty bad, and they're showing it.
Ooh, Couple of tags, couple of picks. No, we're going to be holding out the aggression though. But then again, Kuda Gaming are getting ever so closer to their positioning here. Same goes for RS Raptors. Finally, the location has been revealed. Satan gets a couple of tags, but Insta gets tagged instead. He gets a little bit down low in the red. Has to be a little more careful. Well, looks like they were able to find our dear friend Sing and gonna be knocking him out. Jin finds the opening, despite how low he tried to go for the aggressive, go for the flank though. Marcella is gonna be for a 1-for-1 trade. Oh, dancing in between the houses here. Marcella, the UMP will come true here for the sake of Kuda Gaming here, and more members of 4Raw will fall down here, and also as they are all removed from the game.
Wow, some explosive rounds going in, and this is a 4-pointer out there, taking down some of all these tough shots, and now with a little bit more bombardment going on, we do have Aishin as well as OG from Suhouse Esports to obtain the UFO. You know what they bring in alongside with the UFO? A whole lot of pain and a whole lot of points. And that now, fighting in for those corners, and they managed to find Papa. The 90 and must over to M4, going in for the storm, and it's so congested in there. And they finally clear it all up. So that's all for Kuda Esports. We thank them for joining in. Now, your top 10 teams are here to stay.
Talk about really a massive tug of war contest or a bloodbath in this house. My God, there's so much loot. 2 teams worth for resources to go for the pickup here as well. And what's even better for the fact here for RS Junior is not only did they get like 3 elimination points from the cell, which is, oh my God, really surprising as well, despite the carnage that we were witnessing just now between the 3 teams. But at least this way they were able to stock just the right amount of supplies before they take the next fight head on. Checking out our different view for seeing on the other teams. On the other hand, we see Suhouse currently flying across the map. I'm assuming they have the UF4. Actually, no, might be the Silly Dragon, since how relatively slow the fight speed is being shown on the mini map. FS Esports currently chilling in the compound, not too far behind. It's actually triple B here, but not all the members are in the same area. They're actually being spread out quite far apart from each other. It's not even a 2x2. It's more like a 1x1 for 1x1 here. Although there's EV all alone here. He does have really great armor. My God, level 3 armor and helmet at the same time. These are the amount of great weaponry. Got a rifle, got a P90 in hand as well. He can actually take this fight head on if he plays his card right. And I guess that's pretty much why he's actually chilling in this corner. There's a lane, there's a nice corridor that can actually try to use to ball down any enemies, any unfortunate enemies that come in through. Center watching for the flank from the windows. And on the left side is an open area where you can actually use the rifle to try to go for easy picking. Looks like Amber is going to be coming to the same area as EV. EV is sort of prepared for it as well. Quite a lot of noise is being made, and deck one is there to reinforce for this 2v1 situation. And boy, it's actually going to be coming for the second floor, but oh, he's quick enough with the UNP to catch EV off guard, and that's going to be a knock and even a secure kill on top of that as well, since the rest of the squad wasn't there to really pick up EV.
Yeah, and now with only 35 more players left, I believe that there's going to be a little bit more of a respawn going on. But it's a little bit early. It's the Circle 2, and you look at all the engagements flying around. BBB! Oh, no! They got to stay alive! Level 4 armor on! Killua makes it a lot harder to take him down. And he's going to be pretty safe. And there you go. BBB losing out. This is not the way that they expected to finish. They need to chase up against EVOS. And now it's going to be RS members that's going to find a way to take over. Or Jambu. I'm not too certain if they get the chance to book in that top 4 spot. Now, anybody that tries to go in for a respawn will get punished by Killua and co.
And they also have a really and because of the positioning on the hills as well, they have really great vantage point. They have decent amount of cover from all angles as well. And the players are now really clumped up together. Each of them are being tasked to watch from a different side here. So none of them is ever going to be flying there. The only way they're actually going to be flying is actually they get crashed upon by a vehicle here, or most likely a couple of UFOs and silly dragons raining hell out from above here. But it looks like it's not going to be that's not going to be the fundamental here for the side here for RS Jumbo, since from the minimap itself, as far as I can see, by the way, beautiful scenery, there's no enemy in sight, but except there is that nice drop though, which they can try to achieve for themselves. And Team Quarter, I wouldn't say they're relatively close
Wait a
by.
minute.
But then again, the rotation path does allow them to be in the vicinity with RS Jambu.
I don't see EVOS in the field. Did they get taken out already?
No, that's what I wanted to ask you early on as well. I didn't see them at all, even from the minimap initially.
Yeah, it's a little strange. So, are they still lurking around the outskirts? Are they taken out? I guess we will have to find out later on.
Maybe they're on the northeastern side corner that they haven't really come in, especially since this is the first. Actually, no, this is the third phase already. We're actually pretty. Oh my god, we're actually quite deep into the mid game as it is. So, I guess they're still biding their time, most likely, and hopefully as well. Team Quarter, because the thing is, if they're not in the game, that just means Team Quarter has an opportunity to rack up as much scores to overwhelm them and get that fourth placing itself. Because Team Quarter is the only team that's like, I guess you could say, the closest chance to get that fourth placing and overwhelm the rankings for against EVOS. But looks like coming from the side of our northern side, it looks like Java is actually in high speed here. Most likely going in the ball here to take this fight head on here. Same goes for Quarter against FS Esports.
Yeah, and now with FS Esports on the other end, they're going to be fighting on close proximities, and we already see a couple of all the sausages already being taken out. Quarter haven't started that fight, and honestly, Quarter has a chance. They just have to take it preemptively or proactively. And Adil just hanging by the wall. I guess they want to get as much information as possible. Age's coming in for a little bit more information with the right-hand flank. Zakio on the far back, though. I'm not sure how he would be able to contribute if they were to move in. But, of course, we will have to wait and see.
Still slow and steady does sort of win the race here. It really comes out who's going to be more patient about this. Oh no, Collect on the other side. It's a nice hit on the top of Krabs as well. Unfortunate end for our dear friend there, but I guess he's still alive in the game. So, was able to get a nice back from the cell, but Shadow finally gets spotted out by some members of FS Esports. Does get a couple of attacks, but still going to be able to sustain here. We must remember this is the third phase circle as well, so it gets a little bit more annoying for this circle damage coming in. Java on the outside was able to find Jabba, big pickup with the DP, but let's just currently focus on the matter at hand, as it looks like Quarter is being forced into the line sides of FS Esports here. It looks like one of the members is going to be taking the initial run here, but suddenly he gets knocked down by Ideal here with the P90. That's literally a punishment, I guess a way to literally give a punishment for the fact that you don't take a CQC situation against a P90 in hand. Still, Ideal constantly doing acrobats, constantly going back and forth. Theoretically, this is cool, but Amboy is not going to be having a tough time as he instantly gets picked up from the outside.
Yeah, Aggie's now holding off to the DP. Oh, he got that!
Oh no!
Like, right to the head, and Quarter slowly winning the trades. He's not going to be stepping on the incendiaries on the ground. That's where Ideal seeking a little bit more of a room, although they are just by the edge of the corners of the party zone, so they got many of all these area plays. There comes the flush. Auto crash out. There it goes. FS. And now Zakio slowly goes in to save the mini sausage. Now they're running in for the respawn location as well, as they are hoping to bring back Achoy.
Zakio slowly rolling into action. He managed to get in time. Look at it, checking the spy cam towards Suhas. I guess they are right. They managed to get to the UFO as well. Zakio will be kissing for a little bit of Lady Luck to bring back that fourth man. Quarter needs every man they can get here. 4 points elimination is great, but they definitely want a lot more to really get into the lead. If I'm not mistaken as well, they have a 20 plus point differential with EVOS, so there's still a lot of grounds for them to cover. On the other hand, Suwas is slowly making their way, not into the circle just yet. They really want to check out the really edge of the circle to at least determine where is the safest point for them to get into it, and hopefully they don't get flanked from it. Zero OG did leave Zero behind to give a nice quick scouting. Just spot out Aggie and Team Quarter, so that's less one information obtained. One of their objectives secure for themselves here. They did spot RS, some of the members of RS Raptors on the other side in the circle, having a looks like they're gonna be having a little bit of contention against the RS Jumbo here. But gotta be careful about it. Woo! City Dragon. I think this is the first time we actually see 4 men on one single dragon as it is. Look at the poor dragon.
For today.
He's running out of durability and he's crying.
Oh, no. Well, it's really sad to see it cry, but I guess that they are going to be able to get into some safe area of play, so they're just going to be able to eventually hop up if there's going to be anything that happens. iShed, though, already having that mini sausage to be secured. And there goes one more member down from the side of RS Jambu, I do believe.
iShed, get into the respawn beacon, try to dominate as much as possible. They still have time, and they also have the UFO as well, so they don't really have to worry too much about whether they can get into the circle in time. But iShed is really playing really methodical when it comes to the UFO, just getting that information that really can elevate the team to make better decision making. Also have a lot more options on how they want to tackle it to the side here. And speaking of tackling things, coming on the back here, RS Junior gonna be going head on with Team Todak and Asmi, trying to stay ahead as much as possible. But what in the world is that shot coming in from Shaw? My God, Zarif that day.
And he is just a maestro on these snipers. And well, oh well, Todak now once again in danger. Might have to leave Zarif behind. And now as the mini sausage hops right down below. Thank goodness there's no fall damage. So it is going to be members of Todak who are slightly safe. I wouldn't really say the same for those that are on the outskirts, but Jinboy hoping to try to trade right back against Jabat, but they have to be mindful of that AWM.
I mean, I really can't blame them if they just realize that the AWM is in the game, or at least going pitting against them as well. That was literally one of the few best wake-up call to know that an arm is currently targeting upon them here. But look at the bright side. Look at the bright side here. Todak on the other hand, they did lose Zarif, unfortunately. I think MIB MIB was able to pick him up. Yeah, he did manage to pick him up. So that's really cool for side of a Todak. But the bright side is the fact that not only do they know there's someone behind on that flank, but they're also being forced into the zone. And this is the 5th circle as well. It starts hurting. It really starts bringing the pain as well. So Todak has an opportunity to try to keep them as much as possible. And looks like Crab is going to be the first one to fall here, as Jinboy was easily and casually picks him up in time. But nice flank coming in from Jabat, trying to make things a lot more easier for the team. He really needs to try to kill Jinboy in time. Pops in a couple of medication. What a flip coming in from the side window to get that flank, and he will get the knock as well. Well played coming in from Jinboy here. Oh, how low his health is currently as well. He has to quickly get this kill and get into and quickly heal up as well before he runs into the zone. But the thing is this, with so much commotion happening, with all this blood in the water here, I wouldn't be surprised if I see RS Raptors getting ready to greet them in kind. Suaz on the other hand, having a little bit of difficulty as well as they go toe to toe with RS Jumbo, and what a pickup here.
And that's already 3 points. Here comes the Mecca though. Now iShed's kind of stuck in between, and they are trying to wrap it all around, but there's not too much members left. So Nico still trying to clear things up against Suhas Esports, having 4 members intact, but they're kind of spread out, I do believe. Or maybe it's just Nico. Of course, we just have to check it out. So RS Mega on top of the hill. They are going to be having Shadow lurking right down below. Everybody's on the outskirts, while team number 6 is going to be taking control. And guess what? It might just be members of the side of RS Raptor that can actually seal the deal. So it's really between Suhas as well as RS Raptor to be the champions of this match. And it's all down to the smaller points that they can get. Jinboy now on his last roll. One man standing, and now they're sending everything for Todak, trying to go in for the Dragon's map as well. And unfortunately for Todak, they will finish off on 7th place.
Oh, it's getting a lot more closer than it's supposed to be as well. Zero Instantly gets
Oh,
picked up. The minute
Suhas
he gets
down!
into the zone here, and Suhas is immediately removed from the game here. So this is an opportunity for RS Raptors. But then again, Suhas still leads the game immediately as well until the minute to kill, and he plays this one ball.
Forget
Let's see
Mega down!
RS Raptors can get them back here. Pulls out a lot of
It's a lot of
damage here.
hurdle.
Contra is getting a lot more dicey here.
And they're ready for the push. They know the victory is theirs to claim.
Oh!
The final push. And this is where Kai tries to hold on. They want to take down the Raptors, but they don't really have all 50 members left. But they will try regardless. Kai, bring up the vector, and it's going to be a little bit of trouble. Kai still holding up, but he goes down. The rest of the members are all scattered across. And in between these two, RS team, Chong is next one to fall. Only down to Jawa. And now, what is RS Raptor going to do? Is this going to be a second place finish? Is it going to be enough? They have only 12 points in the vote count right here, right now. Killer moving in. This is going to be a big win for Ida Party and RS. Vega, they are pushing right across, and that is another number that they want to claim. We're rigging it all off. Killer still have full health remaining, but he has to deal with the Mecha. No, Mecha versus human, but instead Killer goes down. The final win goes over to all the players that have been playing alongside RS Raptor, and this is where we will crown our champions. Well, I'll call it here first. RS Raptor overtakes Suhas Esports to be your SGMY champions.
Oh my god, it's gonna cut really close here as well. They got literally 12 elimination points, and they got ranked number 1. Suhas, they got 3rd placing, but they only was able to rack up 6 points. It's gonna be absolutely insane. But let's quickly take a look at the highlights to see the amount of action being made in the game itself here for this last final round. And then after that, we'll rack up the scoreline to see who is gonna be the one to be taking that top spot here, and of course our top 4.
ready?
Yep.
Okay. After 12 rounds of play in the grand finals, our top 16 teams have battled it all out to be the kings of the party, and here we are to announce some of the winners out there. And of course, kudos to the team that have been playing out as we start off from the second board. As we conclude our final game already, this are our final result. We got Sentai Gaming with 17 points, Gate Fam Anxious with 32, Seal Intelligence with 34 as they secured 14 to 16. Todak comes in 13th place with 51 points as they tied with Clutch Empire. Kuda Gaming now with that 80-pointer, and FS Esports with 88. RS Junior with 97. Whichever names that you are not seeing right now will be on the first half of the standings, but only the top 4 will matter, and we will be looking at who will be crowned as the first ever champions of Singapore and Malaysia for the Sausageman Sea Championship.
Oh, my hands trembling. Contra, if you see my hands right now, they're trembling in excitement to see who is going to be the one, especially who's going to be top. I mean, sure, I guess we could sort of tell it's going to be either RS Raptors or even Suhas, but funny, the grand reveal is here, and our top 1 is RS Raptor, taking rank number 1 with such an explosive amount of kill points, and even securing the last one in the most fabulous manner. Look at even the total score line, Contra. RS Raptor rank number 1, 88 kill points, 88 rank points.
That's the magic number to beat, and they are your top scorer and the ultimate king of the party. And RS Raptor will represent the SGMY region in the cross-country battle, and they will be joined by Suhas Esports with 171 points on second place. RS Mega make the biggest of comeback ever, and in the third final game, and also the previous games, they've been remaining consistent. They cut over even the likes of Evil's Esports to make their way into 151 points. Or at first I was thinking like, yeah, it's all about Raptor, but Mega has been smurfing their way, and Evil's Esports to claim the final spot in the cross-country battle with 130 points. We also thank Quarter, Team 4R, BBB, as well as RS Jambu as they put on quite a show. And, well, it all has come down to this, and we wish the 4 representatives of the Singapore and Malaysia region to, of course, do their best. And now, we want to announce some of our winners here. Congratulations to Athena Chan as you walk away with Sausageman T3 cushion. Once again, go ahead, PM the official Sausageman Facebook page within this 14 days. Give them all the information that they request, and you should be getting yourself the T3 cushion. So, of course, congratulations to Athena Chan. We're going to have a lot more winners besides this because we haven't announced the winners of the Razer Gold giveaway. And, of course, big thanks to Razer. And now, I guess it's time for us to announce even more. And now, in the blink of an eye, lo and behold, these are our winners here for the Razer Gaming finger sleeve. It's Nup Zema. Congratulations to you. Jamina Usman have walked away with the Razer Kishi for Android. And Celine Aram will be able to claim the Razer Hammer Hit True Wireless Pro. And of course, all the winners for the Razer Gold worth $5 will be given to Zuri Moore, Nash Absalon, Carl Garcia, Agung Tejo Kangetsu, and of course, Rin Demon as our winners of the evening. Thank you for tuning in, and of course, we love you guys so much. This is the first ever Sea Championship, and hope that you guys can join us for the upcoming cross-country bout that will be happening pretty soon. And of course, hit that like button, hit that follow button, and subscribe to all the latest news of Sausageman, because we're gonna have another blast when we have the best of Southeast Asia to play. And of course, congratulations to RS Raptor for celebrating this huge win after the span of 12 games. Well, Yoli, I can't believe it. it all ends here, and I guess everybody wins, including you guys, the viewers. So I guess it's a great weekend after all.
It definitely is a fantastic weekend, but you know, like every great story, all things must come to an end here. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we have our 4 representatives, we have our winners as well, and of course, big thank you to all the viewers who are joining us since from the very first day. Thank you to our amazing sponsor, Razer Gold, for giving everyone an opportunity to get a little something, and also giving an opportunity to all these amazing young talents as well. And of course, can't forget to thank so much to our production team who did a phenomenal job handling this behind the scene. And of course, Contra, it has been a great honor and a great love to you, my friend, to cast with you once again on such a grand stage. But you know, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us for tonight for the Sausage Man Southeast Asian Championship. We'll stay tuned for the next cross-country run. We'll see you guys then. Goodbye.